Nothing up the sleeves. And we are live! Hi, everybody. V, good to glad to have you. Probably won't have a lot of people out because I know I'm a couple minutes actually early before this starts. However, we've got a solid 30 minutes before it begins, and there's plenty of things to talk about. How are y'all doing? Let me pop out chat. Out. I got water 1. This one's cold. I've got water 2. This one's warm. Got a Mountain Dew. We're good to go. Also, audio check. How's audio? Desktop audio. Look, desktop audio is mute. Darlene, good to see you. Glad to have you. That over. Okay. There we go. Okay. Darlene, good to glad to have you. Marin, good to glad to have you. Jane, good to glad to have you. Raven, good to glad to have you. Oh, thank you for your Archon chips. Enjoy your 32 months. Holy shit, Raven. We've known each other for almost 3 years. That's wild. Enjoy your emotes. Okay, yeah, but we got 30 minutes until the live letter, obviously, so hold your pants till then. The translations, as per usual, will be provided over by the Final Fantasy XIV Discord, the unofficial translation, via Eluna, and I'm assuming as well, which, as always, I will think them. I need to check to make sure I have some stuff. Subscriptions, because they do an incredibly important service for the community. It's so easy to take for granted the small works. For instance, just as an example, the collation of information. They are not starting. This is them doing sound tests. They do this every time. They are just doing sound tests. Nothing has begun yet. Hey, hi, hello, lally ho. Indeed. Also, again, sound test, especially with them talking right now.
皆さんご覧のチャットチャンネルでそのまま発言していただければ我々
Buffet, good to go to have you. Bramble, good to go to have you.
ご確認よろしくお願いいたし
Enjoy the
ま
patch
す。
notes. Yes, we will, Bramble.
今日はそうですね。いつも8時から始まることが多い。
I'm a bit quiet. Perfect. Thank you, V.
久々に7時からの開始となりますの
Let's
で。
me.
そうですね。真夏の7時。どうだろう。あと30分後、渋谷の街はまだちょっといつもの明るいスタートになるのかもしれない。
Let me know if I'm good. Wasn't just you? Yeah. Scooby, good to glad to have you. Again, friendly reminder, this is the sound audio test. They will not start for another 28 minutes. However, once they pause the sound test in a second, we will go over some of the interesting things that got posted on the Lodestone as well as the preview sites. Much better? Cool. I think I turned down the audio, basically my gain, but then I actually set up a bunch of sound paneling, so now I think I can turn it up without echo. Been a fun 3 years. Still glad I found tea. Absolutely, Raven. Here's to 3 more. Again, friendly reminder, thank you for the translations from Eluna and Miuna over on the Final Fantasy XIV Discord. Test stream ongoing. As usual, Foxconn is here to test the stream. Any issues with the stream audio? Anything bad visuals? No. Please nudge Square Enix using your social media account and let them know if there's anything. Now Yoshi P is joining us today. You don't really hear Yoshi P well right now because he's not using his mic. Yeah. Yukio, good to glad to have you. How's your MiHoYo Fest going? Since it's just going to be the audio test, I'm going to throw us over real quick. The Lodestone updated last night with a new thing that people should know about, which is the additional measures to improve blacklist functionality. Basically, during 7.0, I believe, they updated the blacklist in order to try and make it work more account-wide and to be more useful for actually blocking people from harassing other people and to prevent stalking. Problem is in so doing, it basically allowed people to get access to information on the people they blacklisted across their entire account and characters. So they're basically trying to tweak it and reset it, which will effectively result in hopefully the best of all worlds. But yeah, I'm going to read this quick. Hello, everyone. This is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. In response to long-standing requests from players, we expanded the scope of the blacklist feature from individual characters into account-wide basis in patch 7.0. However, this inadvertently enabled prohibited third-party tools to deduce whether the character belonged to the same account, which had a large negative impact on our players. Only character-related information was affected. Other sensitive information, such as addresses and payment information, were not affected. To address this issue, patch 7.2 introduced changes to the game's data structure, making it hard for third-party tools to associate characters with each other. In patch 7.3, we will be making even more significant changes to further obscure data that may potentially be used to determine whether characters belong to the same account. However, this implementation requires making changes and imposing certain restrictions on features which are currently used by our players. I understand this will pose an inconvenience for players, but would appreciate your patience as we resolve this issue. They're going to reset the mute list data, so if you have a mute list, you're going to have to reset that. Inconvenient, but not a big deal. Retention of blacklist entries and removal of notes. Blacklist entries registered before patch 7.3 will remain intact, so the blacklist won't go away, but any notes around them will. So if you have notes around your blacklist, I recommend writing them down somewhere else now. On the other hand, any notes attached to the blacklist entries will be deleted due to the change in how the blacklist will be managed. Although the notes are stored locally on your PC or console, like other impacted data, they will be restructured to obstruct external tools from associating characters with each other. My apologies again for the inconvenience caused by this change. And then the impact on other features. Characters can be added to the blacklist from the contact list, which displays characters previously powered with. So if you check the contact list, which is like you went and did something with a party of people, and then get out, your contact list will tell you the last couple people that you've interacted with. Basically, what this is saying is that when you log in, log out, the contact list is will be flushed. So if you want to blacklist someone after doing a alliance raid with them or some such, make sure that you don't log out before doing so. Useful thing to know. It's not a big deal. It's just basically a slight improvement. How long do you live streams normally last? I would expect, and I'm sure someone already got this, between 2 and 3 hours, particularly because we are going to be getting the trailer today and more of a much more juicier amount of the things that are going to go in 0.3. Yeah. Still a bit quiet for you, Ray? Okay. I'm going to pump it up a little more. Just let me know. Same Raven, I'm so glad I randomly stumbled upon T. I thought it was a job. I think it was the Jobstone video. Yeah, I got to put out more meme videos to trick people into joining the community. I'm just back from a disappointment, though I'm feeling a little ill, so couldn't do much. I've been up for over 24 hours. Holy moly! Make sure you get some rest. Same as in being glad not being able to watch, yeah. Hope you feel better, Scooby, yeah. I spent 4 hours in line just to reach the official merch booth. Now legs, fin, feet hurt. Yeah, that sounds like a convention. Shion, good to see, glad to have you. Thank you. Hopefully the disappointment goes well. Hopefully. They finally addressed it, but still funny how they allowed it in the first place. I mean, think about it this way. They're not hyper aware of every single third-party add-on that's going to be out there, and also they are banned. So it's a situation where it's not that they couldn't have possibly have known, but at the same time expecting them to have for sure. I think it's understandable, right? It's not like this was an interaction between the game, like the vanilla game. Becomes much harder to QA test when because then you would in theory have to have an entire station set up for every known third-party tool used with 14, which in and of itself wouldn't be easy, and also they shouldn't be testing for those things, arguably. Just putting the real crown on my tooth, so hopefully it's not too much pain. Well, and here, hopefully it'll help a little bit too. Jojo, good to glad to have it. I thought it was Friday because live letter, then I looked at the calendar. Yes, interestingly, a Thursday live letter today. Friendly reminder. The live letter will not start for another 22 minutes. If you need to go to the bathroom, go get a drink. Now is a great time to do it. The things we will be seeing today is we will be getting the trailer itself. We may, dependingly, get a slide on the trial in specific. You will notice that the Promise of Tomorrow key art seems to be missing quite a few, like an entire background, which would heavily imply that when the trailer drops, we will also see this website updated with the background of a new thing added. I will probably guess it's going to be Calyx related and or to do with definitely not Necron TM. Yeah, it's good to glad to have you. I took a nap and woke up for this. They better announce some random thing that I can think of a clever joke about right now. Guns for Chocobo. Okay, but like Gunlance or Chocobo? With Ross and VR getting hats now? Yeah, I'm so holding out for eyebrows from Highlanders. Give me my brows. Sure, yeah. All the pain and only get a shark bag boo to show for it. Yeah, take the lesson, Yukio. Take the lesson. The merch lines are pretty generally not worth it. But yeah, 7.3, they talked a little bit about some of the things that we saw in the prior live letter, but the part 1 is usually the lighter live letter, while the part 2 is going to be more heavy. Obviously, we'll see the trailer and plenty of other things as well. So with that in mind, this should be a day replete with some also other details on some of the stuff going on. For instance, we may see a little bit more about the Occult Crescent. There's things I'm forgetting. You know what? I'm going to pull up real quick a digest of live letter part 1, just because I just need a quick reminder. 7.3 live letter summary. Okay, here we go. No ultimates. Yeah, there's no ultimate 7.3. Not crazy. Pilgrim's Traverse. We may see more about the Pilgrim's Traverse, which is the new deep dungeon. PvP updates. Nothing crazy over there. The Yokui Allied Society tribe. We might see more about that. Maybe. Cosmic Exploration. We might see more about the new planet. Fena. Occult Crescent adjustments. Yeah. The chat bubble feature is going to be coming out, but honestly, they already talked about that. I wouldn't be surprised if there was not exactly anything surprising, but if we didn't get more about the Alliance Raid and the Alliance Raid trial and dungeons. The Alliance Raid in particular, I would expect to see at least some more of. Yep, Alliance Raid. Yep. As a developer myself, it can be very easy to concentrate on just the functionality and forget the non-realized unintended consequences. Absolutely. And if your pipeline is not designed to actually take advantage... If your pipeline is not designed to be testing and QAing for certain things, there's not a lot of reason that you would expect people to be hyper aware of it, especially if your team's not versed in it. We're not expecting and assuming that the 14 team is all hyper aware of specific third-party tools out there and what the unintended second-order effects consequences of them are. Now, is there an absolutely fair argument to be said that they do need to be aware of these things and that should be factored in? That's fair, but it becomes not only a whack-a-mole issue, it also becomes an issue of, at a certain point, if you're testing with all those things in mind, it's complicated. It's definitely complicated, Kenrick. Also good to see you, glad to have you. Hildebrand, join us in Discord. Oh yes, and join us in our Discord, DGG/Eorzean Archives. We have community events almost every day of the week. Only Monday is the only day where I don't think we have any event going on. Tuesdays usually Fates, though it might be maps for the next couple weeks once the patch drops. Wednesdays we've been doing Occult Crescent, though historically we've also done Baja and Eureka. Thursday we do mount farming of various kinds. On Fridays is our lore book club, where we talk about the lore of the game. We've had a bunch of really fun events in that we've been doing that for years. Saturday more mount farming. Oh, Sunday we do off technically as well, but we do Blue Mage spells, all that good jazz. Cosmic Exploration, yeah. Did a YOLO temple and got both. Hey, there you go. Y'all talk about your gacha games. Chat bubbles better be off by default. My understanding is it was off by default, but even if it's not, it's gonna be like a one-click setting to like opt out of. I'm pretty sure it was I'm pretty sure they said that it was you have to opt in. I'm fairly certain that was the case. Imagine he's going to instance in the Alliance Raid, maybe show off the first boss like he did with Juno. Yep. And then you've also seen that historically in with Alliance Raid or with the raids themselves as well. For instance, we got Black Cat or Dancing Green. So that's a very, very fair assumption, Laffy. One hand, I'm happy that they get hats. On the other hand, I lose ammunition for making fun of bun boys with all the waifus are taken by them. Well, look, we're definitely going to see a huge uptick in Hrothgar and Vieira Fantasias for sure. That's for sure. Oh, there was something related to that I was hoping that... Oh, right. My theoretical hope is that we will see a bunch of the compression system. So the compression system that they made where you can take a bunch of the level 1 items in the glamour chest and turn them into effectively one item if you have the whole set of them. My hope is in this patch they'll surprise us with, or at least in some patches in 7.x, that for much more like for dungeon armor, for all sorts of armors. And with the fact that they now added hats for Vieira and Hrothgar to the degree they have, I don't want to say that increases the chances, but it at least makes a sense that them having access to that incentivizes them to collect a whole glam set rather than effectively hats being useless for them. I expect the usual few seconds of Alliance Raid first boss, yeah. Sunday events are every once in a while, yeah. Intermittent. Any idea when update drops? It's August 5th. They have not said when it will be, but early August will mean the first 10 days of August, and within the first 10 days of August, there is only one Tuesday. So the answer is August 5th. And also, and I have this list, and I have been so far correct. I made this list in, I think, like September of 2024. And so far, I've been right about all these patches. I've been spot on. Yeah, September 26, 2024. Now, so that would mean 7.4 expect in mid-December. FanFest could be anywhere between February and April. I mean, it could be wider than this, but I would expect FanFest somewhere between February and April. Effectively, I would expect FanFest sometime around or after, probably after 4.45. So, and then if that continues on, we would expect relatively late April for 7.5, on and on and on. And then it's hard to predict expansions because we don't know the time after the 0.55 is very variable. Well, Dare, good to see, glad to have you. Again, friendly reminder, 15 minutes until the until the live letter starts. There is a non-zero chance. In fact, there's a quite high chance that they may start with the trailer, as they've done that a couple times lately. So be ready for that as well. August is actually so close. Yes. Again, they have not said this, but I am correct. And I would remind you that there are 31 days in this, so that's 7. You have 12 days until patch. It is not, what, 2 Tuesdays from now? 3 Tuesdays? It is not this coming Tuesday. It is the Tuesday after. You have 2 Tuesdays. They did say chat bubble would be off by default. Thank you, V. I got the gotcha comments out of my system. I'm willing to bring back Cards Against Humanity for Sundays. We should do another round of Cards Against Humanity's, Des, especially with some of the new stuff. Expand gear compression past level 1. Yeah, my real hope, there's no reason to assume at all, and they have made no mention that we would, in this patch, get more compression system. But seeing as it was dropped out of nowhere in the past, I kind of, like, my ambitious, dearly held dream is that they're like, actually, yes, we're gonna do, we're just dropping it in 7.3 and we just didn't mention it until now. Voltaire, thank you for the 9 months. Enjoy your emotes. Give me my hats. Well, you're getting your hats. Amara, good to see, glad to have you. The prediction that 7.4 is going to be December 23rd and Heavyweight Savage is 30th. That would be rough plan to prog around. Yeah. Let me look at my thing real quick. Mid-December. Yeah. 23rd would be a fair bet on current cadence. Because if you, add 4 plus 2. Yeah. Yeah, they're running themselves into that situation yet again. Byron, good to glad to have you. So get yourself into a Castrum and Rival Wings. Those Moogle tomestones will farm themselves. Yes, more into you. And yes, don't forget to farm your tomestones also to convey your PvP series reward. Also, this is like tombstone time is the #1 time if you ever want to get your Rival Wings reward. Head on over to Primal or Aether and definitely do, especially Primal, and definitely do some tombstone farming. I definitely know I've been doing a lot of that. Hooray! Good to see, glad to have you. Would they put it close to Christmas though? They have done it before. If y'all remember 7.1, we had the ultimate happen, or the Chaotic Alliance raid, right? Happen right on New Year's. They've stuck pretty religiously to their release schedule, even if it's been somewhat inconvenient. It's also worth remembering that while Christmas is a thing in Japan, particularly with Kentucky Fried Chicken, it's not the same thing. So while they do consider it for the North American audience, and I guess probably the European audience, yeah. So, we still got to do the T-Cod car all together. Yeah, we're definitely going to do it, Laffy. What I'm kind of waiting to see is if they end up deciding to make it so that unsync becomes more of an option. Just because the amount of people that we have in the community who are... We have a lot of people who are Savage and Ultimate level. We have a lot of people who are also, like, you know, struggle with extremes. So it's like... COD car is hard enough that and man... It still bums me out so freaking much that Chaotic Alliance raid was Savage level. And look, it's not that bad, but when you have 24 people and you have 24 people of variable levels, and you can't suffer many, like, deaths without it cascading. Just, look, if you have a community of people who are all of a certain echelon, like, Chaotic Alliance raid is fucking rad. But to the majority of the player base, I would argue, I think I don't want to say it was a failure, but kind of. It should have been something that rallied a lot of people to aspire to enjoy it, and instead it became just a hard wall for a lot of people. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? See, 7.4 and loves deep space events being put in December. No, yeah, Yukio, yeah. I'm at 2021 series level right now. Okay, good. So you're making good time, Laffy. Been up all night because I was too excited for the live letter? Well, it is exciting, Shion. Remember, this is the end of Dawn Trail. Not literally, but this is like Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, where the point 1 through point 3 is the epilogue slash third act slash conclusion of the narrative for an expansion. So this is the finale. So this is gonna be a big deal and a big time. I got like 2 hours of sleep, which is better than nothing. Yeah. Having spent a lot of Crystalline Conflict, I hope they turn on roll actions for it. Oh god, no, dude. Okay, Laffy, as somebody who loves the roll actions, can you imagine though the meta that would happen in Crystalline Conflict where you would just get fucking meteor spam? Like, roll actions in Crystalline Conflict would, I don't want to say suck. I feel like they would suck. Give me your countervailing opinion if you have one. Don't forget your custom deliveries. Max out your orange scripts for new crafted gathered gear. Don't forget, yes, get your crafter scripts ready because there's going to be crafter armor upgrades as well as crafting materials that you're going to need. And on top of that, don't forget to mount tokens because they may or may not release one of the new mount tokens, seeing as we got one for Barrel Tender and Ronek. That's why I'm too excited. Yeah. I was interested in Chaotic until I heard where the difficulties sat, then I steered clear. Yep, it in my opinion, it would have been better to be too easy for the upper echelon and more accessible to people in the middle core level. It being extreme level difficulty, it being 24-man EX Valley Garmonda would be, I think, that would be a little easy for me, but like I think that would be a good thing that would allow a lot of people to either get in or have it as a stepping stone. Sadly, not all of us are savage savage raiders. Yeah, savages. Yeah, the body check was really rough. Yeah, the body check is definitely a big part of it. That's why I was too sad. Yeah, never got into car. It was over before I got my computer fixed. Hydra, good to see, glad to have you. Morning, Sarah, good to see, glad to have you. I'm curious how the last 2 trials are going to play out when it's build up to 8.0. Yeah, it so depends on what 8.0 ends up being. If we just do Mericidia and like Ilsabard with some Corvos or whatever, those 2 trials could be very different things, especially maybe outside of Thrall. Or not outside of Thrall necessarily, but at least hearkening to that. It's hard to imagine what they are as Prelude without knowing more. But I think by the time we get to point 4, I think we'll have a much stronger sense for where we're going in the future. I want Crystalline Conflict and Rivaling Roulettes. Oh man, don't get me started. At least, okay, hear me out. If you have to pick one, Rival Wings Roulettes. Because if Frontlines didn't have Roulettes, Frontlines would also be as dead as Rival Wings. But if you had Rival Wings Roulette, you would get a ton of people to play Rival Wings at least sometime semi-regularly. Crystalline Conflict doesn't necessarily need a roulette because it's not actually hard to get a match. And while, yes, the argument could be, well, but you would still get the bonus reward, I think the incentivizing of playing Frontlines or Rival Wings is better because they need the bodies, whereas you don't really need to, currently at least, incentivize the playing of Crystalline Conflict. You can get Ratchets pretty quickly and easily. That would just be my thought for, as a system, you don't need to incentivize Crystalline Conflict more than it already does for its rewards. And I mean that as it's at an equilibrium, not I wouldn't take more rewards. I think Meteor Spam wouldn't happen with roll actions in CC. It's way too slow, so people would use the faster ones like Smite and Phantom Dart. Sure. Well, the thing is, you say that, Pyron, but like, that's only at a certain level in my experience. A lot of people don't actually pay attention to backline and Crystalline Conflict on the average skill level. And machinists, bards, casters who are halfway decent, and a certain scholar who may be a fucking terror upon the battlefield, can just get away with shit. You know, if you have people who know what they're doing, it's, yeah, 100%. But, yeah. Morning, Jer. Good to see you. Glad to have you. How you doing? As someone who cleared cloud, okay. who cleared Chaotic Alliance raids twice, I would say I'm more extreme level mechanic-wise the big issue. As someone who's, like, Hydra, I think, like, well, let me read what you're saying rather the whole. The big issue is the entire final DPS check is one big mess of body checks. Here's the thing, though, Hydra, is, like, you're describing Savage. Like, arguably, frankly, Black Cat is not harder mechanically than Recollection, particularly, or let's say Sphene. But the range for which you can mess up is very narrow. Because of that, I agree with you, the fundamental mechanics themselves are not necessarily challenging, but you have a long fight with body checks where you have 24 people instead of 8 people, so any failure cascades even more, which maybe I'm reiterating your point, but I guess I would just say it's like, a lot of Savages technically don't have mechanics that are necessarily more difficult than a lot of extreme raids, trials. But that kind of is to my point that that's then making them tight or making them body checks or making the personal responsibility high and there being a non-easy window of recovery effectively still makes it Savage level. That would be my argument. Rip, good to see you, glad to have you. It has not started. We have 5 minutes until it begins. They may pop in a minute earlier too. The daily challenge for the other 2 modes would be ideal. Yeah, just copy it over. Yeah. You already get bonus rewards. CC gives you a random minion for some reason. But definitely let me know what you think, Hydra. Only done front lines, need to brave the other PvP modes. Maybe all someday I'll try. Rival Wings is a lot of fun. Rival Wings is, honestly, I feel like I'm going to pitch it this way and it's going to put people off. Rival Wings is MOBA light. It's kind of like, but in a fun way. And at least trying it once or twice is definitely worth it. I like being backlines fighter and frontlines on Bard. Is easy battle high level 5 replicating up kill count. Yeah, I play Scholar in frontlines and, well, actually I play Scholar in all PvP and it's a good time. I want some of the PvP stuff, but I just can't force myself to play any PvP. That's fair. At least it'll remain there. Like the old series rewards are coming back into circulation. So if you ever get to the point where you kind of want to, the thing I would say, Scooby, is if you just do your frontline roulette once a day, you'll accrue a lot of the rewards or currency you want to get the rewards, which will go a long way. Friendly reminder that the unofficial translations for this will be done from the Final Fantasy XIV Discord of Iluna by Iluna Minori and Miuna, who have been doing it for as long as I've been covering it, which is many years, quite a few years now. And I cannot thank them enough for not only their hard work, but again, it can seem like a small thing, like, oh, you know, covering it. It's like, oh, well, you know, it gets covered. We all know. But whether it's collation information or translation, people actually taking care of what can seem like a relatively small task actually is huge, because it actually disseminating this information amongst the community and people understanding what was going on without it would be leagues harder. The margin of error is true. Great, which expect all 24 players to do everything perfect, and no offense, you can't expect that level with everyone. Yeah, well, and the problem is that the problem in specific is that we need more content that encourages people to take it to the next level. And right now, mid-core is a weird term because it's very relative to how you define it. I've heard a lot of different definitions, all of which I think are valid. But we need more content that is low extreme level to get people to go from normal to extreme. We don't need more content that's higher extreme into Savage. The people, one, we already have a lot of it, and the people self-selecting for that are already pushing themselves. We need more tools and Chaotic Alliance raids could have been a useful tool for that. Instead, it was miserable for a lot of people, and a lot of people just didn't even end up getting clear, and it also put them off from even trying. You know, you can't force you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Like, people have personal responsibility on that, but like, yeah. Chaotic Alliance raids to me is a embodiment of that problem. The fact that they chose Savage Fork Tower but not adding normal Forks Tower, even with their reasonings being understandable and justifiable, and I get it. In terms of having to choose your dev time and where to apply it, I get it. But the lack of things like that is becoming a big issue amongst the communities I'm playing with and people I'm talking to. And if you're of the level where, you know, hopping in to get into a Forks Tower run or hopping into a Discord to get into a community that runs it is not a big deal, then this may not seem like a big deal. But there is a lot of the player base, I would probably say the majority of the player base, that doesn't. So But yeah, this is not Elio rant time. Well, actually, it is Elio rant time. This is me vamping for the next couple minutes. Imagine being able to duo in CC will make it way more popular with people who don't know what any of PvP is about. Yes, you will be able to duo in Crystalline Conflicts starting in patch 7.3. Thank you for the reminder, Laffy. I think I'll feel okay with trying them with a friend, so I'm not going to something new alone. Maybe I'll try it with some this time this week. Yeah, Raven, when 7.3 comes around, if you want me to take you through a round or two of Crystalline Conflict, let me know. I really wanted the backward hat, so I bet I missed out. Yeah. Well, it'll come back around, Scooby, so you'll be able to get it. They're not locked out forever. The series rewards are being slowly put back into circulation that you can buy later on. For me, CC feels so much better than Frontlines because it feels like I have an impact rewarded for daily challenge, makes it worth it. Yeah, no, Kendrick, I enjoy CC for the same reasons. I enjoy Frontlines, though, for also playing Scholar and poisoning 40 people at once and watching them all burn because something's wrong with me. This is fun. I've been watching the Oakish Air show live stream, the new South Park premiere, and now there's a lot of cool things to watch in the past 24 hours. Nice, Des. I always thought myself to change Frontline from 24 to 24 to 16v16. The thing is oh, the trailer's starting. It'll be the Japanese.
俺たちはずっと先人が作ったシステムとスフェーン様に守られてた。でも
We're getting Necron, baby!
終わりだ。俺たちはこれから知っていかなきゃならね
え。At least Necron.
なんでこんなに弱いんだ。
Hey, treasure map.
もう一人の私が数百年間背負ってきた民の願いと希望が詰まってる。私はそれを終わらせたくない。
種を存続させるためのより良い道が見えている。そのためにできることが自分にある。
約束したんだ。あいつとアレクサンドリアのみんなの笑顔。
Hey, let's raid. Hey, Gamblena! Do it.
さよなら。
Hey, there we go.
クリスタルの身元へお帰り。
Wheel, fill out Allied Society. Build a brand.
君はどうして進化を求めるの？とわの先に一体何を望んでいるの？
お前たちはこれを壊すために、俺は鍵を奪還するために手っ取り早く決戦を始めようか。
私も私の望む未来のために君の計画を打ち砕きます。これ以上アレクサンドリアのみんなを傷つけさせない。
Background. Oh, is there really no background? Oh, fascinating. Okay. Turn it back down. Remember, Yoshi, people who are speaking in Japanese the whole time. I will be reading the live translations as we go through. The reason you will not be able to hear it very loudly is because I will be covering that. Very hype. Also, they're obfuscating a lot still around the narrative, so that's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, I'm quite a big Cactar fan. So, Gigatender with fucking bling. I'm here for it. Hey everyone, welcome to the 88th producer live letter. We're probably starting with the trailer in just a few minutes. It started. As always, we have Yoshi P and Foxconn. Yoshi P says, I'm hearing some sound effects in the background, but that should be fine. Give me a second, I'm moving some stuff over. Okay. Did that motherfucker just electro blessing of light? Yeah. Yeah. I will also be doing a video on breaking down the trailer after this. That should be out Friday or Saturday. Is Giga Tender a map boss? I shouldn't be unless they're projecting Shaloni in the south. Within the datascape thing, but maybe that would make sense. Yoshi P, there are too many spoilers, so I was like, I can't include this and that and that and this, so the trailer ended up being a bit more calm. So I fucking called it. So yeah, there is a lot missing from the trailer apparently. August 5th. Who could have predicted? Who could have known? So yeah, August 5th. Yeah, it's been a while since they also took our specific background music for the trailer. Apparently, Yoshi P, they had a different music for the trailer, and Yoshi P specifically said, don't use that. I have guesses as to why. Oh, Amara, the first time I went through a Tender Valley, it was something to behold, I'll tell you what. Yoshi P says, of course you all knew it was August 5th. Yoshi P says we should be on schedule. What is soaking cooking? I'm sure definitely not anything Eternal Darkness. Oh yeah, probably supposed. So you know, the thing is that both musically and visually, there's a lot of things that I can imagine would be spoilers that they've hinted towards. So I understand why when they get to the trial, I would bet you money they won't even say the name. They definitely won't give us much in the way of photos, but they definitely, for sure, they probably won't even give us the name. Yoshi P says the first half will focus on the content to come in 7.3 and a bit about the new Alliance raid. These are the trailers. When they take the break after the first half, we will watch the English one together and speculate on and talk about it. Yeah, no, Paul, I love the Necron theme. I really can't wait to see an adaptation of that. Assuming we get Necron, it's worth pointing out that the boss or the trial we fight may be, if it is either our Necron, could very easily be Necron adjacent rather than just literally the thing. So. It will probably not even be called Necron the same way Otis is not Steiner, Zelenia is not Hildegard, right? I almost always say Hildebrand. Zelandia, good to see, glad to have you. I thought they said last live video they couldn't give us any more on the info of the trial, that we'd have to see it live. Yeah, if that's the case, which sounds right, even more so. That said, they have said the same thing in the past and then changed their mind during a part 2. So I think it's fairly safe to say you're right, though. Oh, it's just the Japanese trailer again. They're playing the trailer again, and that will give us a chance to watch it in our language.
Oh yeah,
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up the English one so we can watch that real quick.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears.
Those don't know. I don't know if this is the trial. This looks like it's the final boss of the Mesoterminal dungeon, not the trial. Maybe this is also a cutscene. And also it's opening portals onto what looks like other reflections. This is what looks very similar to Necron.
But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own.
But I'm weak.
Oh, I think that's Otis's sword. Oh, it's so it's both his fathers.
So weak. For centuries, my other self wore this tiara, and with it, the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians.
I think they're gonna do a fucking Sphene Endless Eternal Alexander as a guardian of Alexandria. That'd be rad as hell.
I will not let them go unanswered.
I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do.
Of course.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
Behold the glory of the Zerrat!
Oh, it's the different Omega.
Return to the crystal from which you were born.
Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing?
What is going on here? Because this reminds me more of the first, especially with Gigatenders. But like, I guess the Pilgrim's Traverse is what makes sense, especially Pilgrim's Traverse traversing the world. But like, I've got a question.
Begin.
I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
And back to Yoshi P.
なんか久々っていうのはトレーラーの方出てくる。
Also, he did say he said Xylart, but he said Zillart. So, or at least he said it. Oh, also, they've got Omicrons from 11 in it. That's going to be rad. Let's catch up. Okay. And this opening scene, the trailer is actually isn't this quiet. It's been a while. Okay, let me turn that down. It's been a let me make sure I turn down. Yep. It's been a while since the eyes lit up in blue. That's a dangerous feeling. Yeah, the last time eyes lit up in blue like that was due to tempering. So maybe a reused asset, or it may be analogous. The black transition is also in the game, not just made for the trailer. Since this is the final of the 7.0 story, the Warrior of Light will be more in focus. The new Allied Society also has a great story. The location you see in the trailer are all over the place. We finished the trailer yesterday. I was in LA for Anime Expo. Thank you, everyone, for coming. But the venue, it was so cold. I felt like I was in a freezer. There were blankets prepared in the waiting room. They brought in heaters next day, and I was just thinking, turn down the AC. I did get sick, but I have almost fully recovered. Sorry if I'm coughing a bit. Foxconn says, maybe it's a difference in culture. Yoshibi said, the blankets were so comfy, I almost wanted to take one home. The fact that he's mentioning this means that there's a non-zero chance they may do California over Nevada. So we may get Anaheim, LA over Vegas for FanFest. There's a non-zero chance. That would also explain one of the reasons they may not be mentioning it yet is because they're still locking in venue. Okay.
まずはなんといってもメインクエスト、さっきから言ってますが
Yeah, it does look like Amarang Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Gold makes me think of maps, but still tough to say, especially with the new DD being outside more. Yeah, the Trillium's Traverse would make more sense, particularly with why would Outriders have any information on the first. So here's the blend, beat up Calyx, take his lunch money, and show him the luck. Yoshi is a machine. How the fuck can he do that right after getting back just yesterday? I don't know, Quesadilla. Also good to see you, glad to have you. I'd rather go to Vegas than LA. Yeah. It's really mostly, I think, about space and timing. Vegas has also been a bit of a struggle for a couple of reasons. As we said, this will be the conclusion to the Dawn Trail story, so maybe there will be hints of where we're going next. The story is a bit longer, so please take your time to enjoy it. The AC was up so high they had to bring in heaters. That's so American. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the, like, after every time I've been to England, there's been a heat wave, and they're like, well, it's not that hot, so we'll get AC when it actually gets hot. Also, you're right. The new dungeon will be the Mesoterminal, as we knew. And as we've known that there was an inside to the Mesoterminal for 7.0. That's why we were able to predict the idea that Historical Sphere was inside of there. Also, who's excited for 7.3? Because I know I am. I'm also very excited for the finale. I would not, yeah. We won't know with FanFest until we know, so. Let me scroll back up while we have a second. Blue light in her eye is creepy, yeah. That grunt theme is one of my favorites from 9. Grand Cross ranking as my 4th from that game. I just under one of like Yeah, Darkness of Eternity is rad as hell, Hydra. I've been listening to it a lot lately. To add on that thought, Sphene is not Garnet from earlier. Yeah. See, yeah, new trial. We're not even getting the name. And this is as much as we can show for the new trial, that image. And Foxconn says, we don't even know if it's related to it. Yoshi P. It will have a normal and an extreme mode as per normal. Especially since the week of my birthday. Hell yeah, Kesa. And then, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, Mara took time off. No, I don't think so. Yeah. I would point out that statue has always kind of been evocative of like almost a female Necron with not only the rings but like the pale, like there's a lot of aspects to it that are adjacent-esque. It also kind of reminds me of Orphan and stuff from 13. Yoshi P, what extremes were you good at, Foxconn? More execution learning, less brain training. I liked Valley Garmonda. I think Valley Garmonda is one of the best EXs to introduce people to EXs in a long time. I mean, I shouldn't say a long time. If I was going to get someone into extreme trials, Valley Garmonda would be the one. Well, okay, I would take them through Zodiark because they can just follow me for that and kind of experience like the craziness. Then I would take them through Valley Garmonda, like in terms of teaching personal responsibility. Yoshi P, there are a few gimmicks in this fight. Not cutscenes, but just little things. So basically he's saying that there will be a lot of different like little gimmicks and things going on in the fight that may have a period to think about and then execute on. I don't know what he means in specific by that, but I would think to other fights that have beats in them, like Zodiark. The fight will be Yoshi P was like, this fight will be about 30 seconds longer than the average extreme. So we're giving 2 totems per clear. Yeah, Amar, that's kind of the working idea, is that using the Mesoterminal as the base foundation, especially when we know everything about its hardware is built to not only be life-sustaining, but also to be a vast reservoir for maintaining large amounts of endless and memory aether. So turning it into a mobile weapons platform would be a pretty straightforward thing to do. What happened to the white balance for camera? They look so we look so red on the camera. They do look pretty pink. We don't even know if the trial is even coming up. We just have this image. Watching Europeans called 80 Fahrenheit heat wave was when it started for summer in SoCal. Oh my god, that's so much worse. MSQ-wise, I'm pumped, but I'm still a bit frustrated. I haven't made any more progress on 11, so I'll be missing context again. I will say, Paul, if you join in our lore book club, we go over all the relevant things for going into when we talk about going into alliance raids. We did that for the first walk, and we'll be doing it for the second walk as well. We even have guests who are 11 lore heads. Valley Garmonda EX Tank Buster is so cool. Yeah, Mountain Fire's rad. Yeah, Valley Garmonda is such a good fight. Yeah, I don't really know a lot of people who don't think Valley Garmonda was a great EX. Like the Rules of Nature's moment in Susano. Yeah, that's another good way to put it, Arlene. Yeah. They look like lobsters. Just pump your Aether into it, turning the statue into artificial primal. What do you mean all the primals are artificial? Shybuster, good to glad to have you. Good morning. Good morning to you. What do you mean living memory stood up? You heard it right. Living memory stood up. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Yoshi B, I mean, we've been doing these streams for some with some random camera we bought in the local electronics store. Yoshi B, we want to reevaluate how many totems we're giving out as a reward. Foxconn, I've never used totems to get them out. Yoshi B, you always get lucky? So Yoshi P said, we want to reevaluate how many tomes we're giving out as a reward. He didn't go into deeper, but I'm curious if he means which direction he means. Does he mean we want to start giving 3 totems? Or does he mean that we want to stop giving 2? Because I could see it going either way. Honestly, I'd be surprised if they was to give more totems, because you'd think you want to keep incentives for people to be doing content via Party Finder and elsewhere to like have more people get a chance to get clears or runs, but yeah, I guess not necessarily, especially when most of the time people who are farming for totems at that point aren't running with people who haven't cleared. Okay, more to do with 7.3. Yoshibi says, oh wow, old school MMO players are indeed different. Oh, Foxon, no, the totems are just a counter. I just continue until I win them out. Yeah, that is an old style thought. Occult Crescent, Southern Horde will be updated. I expect not much more between adding a couple of jobs and or adding some levels. A new exclusive instance will now always be created when entering the Isle as an alliance of 24 or more. Okay. If this alliance meets Forked Tower entry requirements, an Oral Mirage will occur 5 minutes after arriving on the Isle. Instance exclusivity will remain until the Mirage expires. Okay, so they're making it very, very easy to get into Forked Tower runs. What's interesting to me about this is, like, that's great, but it's also the fact that they didn't just go with more new style development for Occult Crescent then kind of try to bifurcating it means that like you're effectively not going to ever see someone run Forked Tower in a random instance anymore. I would bet you like 80% of the groups that are going to run Forked Tower are going to use this method. No one's just going to happen into doing it. Not that they really were already. Minimum number of players required to use a Sanguine Cipher to enter the Forked Tower will be increased from 16 to 24. Honestly, it kind of just makes sense. This occult update will remove the island gacha issue that we know people have been having. How many of you have cleared Forked Tower? And how many of you want to clear Forked Tower? Because I bet you there's going to be a big disparity there. It will now be possible to check the Sanguine Ciphers that have been offered and your selection status, i.e. entry. Yeah, this is all the stuff that they told us last live letter, so we all know this. Me when an instance called Forked Tower bifurcates the community. Yeah, and I believe the joke Ray asked me when is next up Spoon Tower. I'd love to try Forked Tower, but I'm too scared to. I don't know anyone, and I keep feeling like I'm going to be expected to know what I'm doing. So that's a fair, understandable fear, Nolanda. There are multiple communities that will teach you and help explain it and run you through it. Also, if you're interested in it, you can run with the T people. We have friends in high places in terms of trying to do it with community runners who know what they're doing. Bramble, I don't know if you're in chat, but Bramble is an example of a good resource. Players must offer at least one Sanguine Cipher to be selected to the Forked Tower entry, so no one's just going to stumble into the Forked Tower, or at least it's going to be way less common. Players who have not offered any Sanguine Ciphers will no longer be selected to get in. This is a good change. This is just a flat-out good change as far as I'm concerned. I'll get to the Forked Tower eventually, yeah. I'm on boss 3. Nice! Luna, good to glad to have you. Oh, you've been making prog. Nice. I love the occurrence of new Aurora Mirages will be put on hold during critical encounters. This is what they told us last time. This just means that while there are CEs up, a Aurora Mirage will not appear. So you will not be in the middle of a CE and the Forked Tower then spawns, and then you're screwed because you can't go to it. Mech Trip, good to see you, glad to have you. I didn't even enter the island, nothing that are interesting. Okay. Closest I've gotten is 17% on the final boss. That's not bad. That's super not bad. I haven't ever gone in. I'm stuck on bridges as boss 2 and 2 walls for people. Yep. What Yukio said. But why would I need to do the tower? I mean, besides it being cool and the mount and a bunch of sanguinite rewards. I mean, if you don't care about like mounts, minions, and multiple other rewards like that, then yeah, there's not really a reason. Narratively, there's not a lot of important stuff there's not really anything important that happens at the Fork Tower. The most important thing, arguably, would be the room at the end, and that's more of an implication than it is a narrative. Treasure coffers found after encounters with persistent pots and happy bunnies will be adjusted to always contain enlightenment gold! No more bronze pots! No more bronze pots! Yeah! No more bronze pots! Let's go. This is gonna make things a lot nicer. Final one is sports tower. If you get together and run a tower, I'll join. Otherwise, I'm good. Yeah. I wanted, but I took a break from 14 to focus on stuff. Yeah, good shit. I just need to max Sam and try runs. Yeah. Levi, good to go to have you. And then the third is the sports tower. Yeah. I need to do forts. Need a non-Wednesday. Yeah. Echoes of Fanadil Part 2, Sandoria, the second walk. This is where Elzen's from, and it somehow is even more racist than Ishgard. Also, Yoshi says, we didn't want to show who put in what about the amount of argues, but you can see your own status. We had thought of the system that you can enter without offering a cipher as a bonus. Sorry, we didn't think this through. Basically, he's apologizing for some of the problems in Occult Crescents being they were came from a good place, but just didn't think some of the second order effects of what was going to happen would happen. They will show in-game footage of the second walk later on in the live letter, they are saying. What's kind of sad, Boja's, it's my favorite side content. Boja's pretty good. Yeah. New Crystalline Conflict, the Bayside Battleground. This is Crystalline Content update. Don't forget for Crystalline Conflict, you will now be able to duo queue. So you can get into Crystalline Conflict with a friend if you want someone to teach you how to play or help you out. There are duo queues for Crystalline Conflict now. Yeah, Yukio. Yeah. Yeah. Funny thing is, I'm not even doing Fork Tower for the gubs. I just want to experience it for the story and stuff. Yeah. I feel like Queso. That's the thing. It's like I like hard content in games, but those games I can like do 100 times until I clear and not completely ruin the day for 41 other people. Infinite, I feel you. I prefer. Yeah. The new treasure dungeon, Vault. Onirin. I swear to God, those Outriders are going to be slots. Just what you wait. But I love throwing myself at a challenge and trying to get better and better and better and better and better. But it gets frustrating when you're not just relying on other people, but like if you're above the curve, it's frustrating to rely on others who are either not improving or not seeking to improve or to, you know, be considerate. Or if you're below the curve and you're struggling to meet the right requirement, that's also frustrating. So that's why I say I think we need more content in 14 that is like low extreme level to help people go from normal to extreme. So something like a Forked Tower is not so blindsidey for a lot of players. Now, again, it's not like you just put that in and magically people will get better, but I think it would help naturally onboard people towards it. Yoshi P, we're going to check on my luck on stream again. So they're going to do the treasure maps later. I will be doing debug command to enter, but once inside, it will be all luck. The Unreal that is coming up is Wreath of Snakes. Laffy, don't forget that we need to do a Suzaku. We haven't done a Suzaku yet. DJ Mandragora. Yeah. Daft Punk, but Mandragora. Yeah. Yeah, Catch from Accessibly and Dalriada were a perfect level of difficulty for your average player. Because and importantly, failures were not as punishing. So if you died in Dalriada, you weren't kicked out of Dalriada. And also a group that, like, if only 2/3 is left alive, they can still clear. Hell, if a third is left alive, they probably still clear. Yeah. Also, the chat bubble system. Oh, that's actually much cuter. I thought it was going to be more utilitarian. It should be. I will also show the system feature with in-game footage later for the chat bubbles. That looks pretty. Or if you want to join in, you and being bad together. Yeah. No way their elves are as racist as Elder Scroll elves. Yeah. Like, we need tourist mode for people who just want the story. Honestly, I think normal mode can be tourist mode. Like, I don't think, like, that's, like, Dalriada and Catch from Accessibly kind of aren't, as long as you have a normal mode, you have a tourist mode, in my opinion. And normal mode must inherently, to me, must mean that a subsect of the players can carry the majority of the group. Like, 2/3 can carry the whole group with some effort, which is not a good thing, but it is, you know, it means that people can still experience. My issue is it being my fault and get raid wipes. It's a lot to take. Yeah, 100% quesadilla. I also, look, I'm sweaty and I'm someone who does savage ratings. Like, so like, I have a skewed perspective, but I do think that having normal as effectively being the tourist mode is probably the best version of things. Great. Okay, I think I'm back. One moment. It's back. Okie dokie dokie doke. Okay, people. Let me know if you can see me. Sorry, I had a little bit of a blip there in the internet. Okay, back. Sweet. Let me refresh this real quick. We will catch up. I'm gonna go back a quick bit. Thank you all for sticking with me, for those of you who did. Okay, real quick. We made our Clutter's Cly early in A Realm Reborn, and we had ignored every regulation that we had set for designing dungeons. It's finally getting duty support. Also, don't forget we're getting duty support for the 51 and the 63 dungeons for Heaven's Word and Stormblood. Okay. Yoshibi, long ears were always a Viera feature, and allowing helmets would have felt weird, but now we're adding the option to fold them in. Yoshibi, I read comments right now, but if we fold them, we can't hear anything anymore. You're absolutely right. We had that discussion too, but we're adding it anyways. You're getting what you want. So, this is, yeah, bangs will now be displayed. This is all the stuff from the prior patch. So no new information here. So this is new content going into 7.3, and we are getting this in 7.31, not 7.35. Feyna, we're getting early on in the 7.3 patch. And we are also getting the new Phantom weapons early in the 7.3 patch. So this 7.31 should be about a week or two after the drop of 7.3. Also, how excited are you guys for hats? Because I have a suspicion it's quite excited. There are minor tweaks we did for the weapon upgrades. And, okay, so Yoshipi says there are minor tweaks we did for the weapon upgrades. And Yoshipi also said, if you're in a rush, you will need to do a lot. It seems like he's saying the required steps for this next one, there's a lot to do. That, or it's just light, and you're going to have to fight a lot of different trials and duties and whatnot to fill your weapon with light. Yoshipi, if you're more relaxed, dailies will be enough to get your upgrade step. And doing it once will be enough again. Okay, so doing it once will be enough, just like the Demi-Atma. The new Deep Dungeon, Pilgrim's Traverse, will be in 7.35. So we will get the Deep Dungeon in 2 months from August. So we will get the Deep Dungeon in middle of October. Probably the second week of October. And we will get the new Allied Society quest as well in the middle of October. So just be ready for the Deep Dungeon. Will not be out for another 2 months. This is pretty standard. Usually you would expect the Deep Dungeon, or specifically the, especially the Allied Societies. I don't think, at least since Heaven's Word or Stormblood, there has ever been an Allied Society that was not added in the 0.05. Yeah, Jojo, having bangs for hoods is something I didn't expect that we would get, but I'm really excited for it. I mean, I think you and a lot of people. Yoshi P says, oh, no new information. Looking forward to Allied Society, probably a lot of lore hidden in it. Oh yeah, I'm so excited for the Okui. The Okui was, the only thing I was more excited was the idea of an Allied Society Moblins, but that's okay because I am fairly certain we will get a variant dungeon of Movalopolis. So like, I'm gonna get what I want anyways, and I'd rather have a variant dungeon anyways. Yoshi P, as always, Hildy will be crazy doing crazy things, and it's just crazy. So expect you to be crazy. Striking job that isn't covered with a mask or covered in bling. Sure, Shy. Zero, good to glad to have you. I'm trying to catch up. Shy, did I say good to glad to have you? Because not good to glad to have you. Sora, good to glad to have you. There was an interesting point that I got cut off in when my internet went down. I'll catch up to it later. Deep Dungeon coming out around the same time as Pokemon Legends ZA. I'm just going to be busy in October. Wait, variant dungeons are still a thing? I can't recall any mention of them for ages. So Rip, they specifically mentioned that they planned to still have them. It's not plural or singular within Dawn Trail. This would have been back either at the end of 6.x or after after live letter after 7.0 came out. It's not, that was intent. Doesn't mean there will be one. But we will probably only get one, which honestly I've been expecting since Dawn Trail came out anyways. If we do get one in Dawn Trail. Secondly, there's no reason to think that they can't do it later. So for instance, if in 8.0 they do more variant dungeons and let's say don't do any for 7.0, they could do Movalopolis then. So me saying that they'll get a variant dungeon eventually is not necessarily to say that it will be for Dawn Trail. But there is I don't want to get a percentage. There's a chance that we will see a variant dungeon based off of comments they have made in Dawn Trail. Chance. Foxhunt, how did he end up in the position again? Yoshipi, he is hard-boiled. He'll be fine either way. On to the in-game footage. This is the in-game footage of Sandoria, the second walk. This will be the second Alliance raid. As per usual, if you want to run this Alliance raid, we will be doing it every... Oh, right. That's what we're doing on Tuesdays. We will be running this every Tuesday over on our Discord. If you need coins or want people to play with or want specific glam. We also will be doing a blind run, usually the night of patch. It's blind for those who want it to be blind. Not everyone there will be blind. There will be an extra cutscene involved with this that Yoshi P will be showing off. If we get one, I swear I can hear Future Yellow into the heaven. Oh, look. Which would have me more excited? A Variant Dungeon for Moblins or Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 4? Okay, so he's going into Sandoria. I'm turning up the music. Music. That's a very interesting musical choice. I mean, it's the right musical choice, but it's interesting that that's the music for this location.
いい曲、しみるじゃないですか。しみますよね、この曲。
わかる、泣けてきたっていうコメントわかるわ。
そうなんですよ。
泣けてくる。
ただですね、私こう調整中にですよ、バグを引いて、スローフォの曲がバトル中もずっと鳴り続けるっていう不具合のまま。
I'll turn it back up if there's any music stuff. Usually, I had a bug during playtesting and the background music kept playing throughout the entire instance for me and in battles as well. Ronfar was the first FF11 music I ever heard. Someone go wake up Deirdre, yeah. Yoshi P, if you saw any commands in the chat box, don't worry. Unless you're part of the dev team, you can't use them anyway. Oh, interesting. The main Ellison guy, I don't know how you're supposed to say his name, but he has a voice. He's voiced. Allshaw, I think, is what most people have been going with. Oh, I know it's spelling Laffy, I just don't know how you're necessarily supposed to pronounce it, other than Allshaw. Oh, I wonder, is this a unique solo duty? No, because it says 6 boxes. No, this isn't a unique solo duty. Oh, I wonder if it's going to have us split up, or are we going through the 3 different city-states? Because there's different paths here. Ooh, lore notes. Read the lore note. Read it, Yoshi-B. Read it. Show me the juicy lore tidbits.
ネタなのでちょっと一周目はどうしても読んでる暇ないとは思うんですけど、確かにぜひ落ち着いたらお声掛けをしてですね。
Maybe you don't have to read these little letters on the first playthrough, but please do on the next one when you have time.
なんかメディアの方が言ってました。
Yeah, judging from the katagana, it's all shot. Well, yeah, well, it's aru shiaru. So all shal would be a fair way to. Yeah. The problem is that like Japanese, the Japanese into the English pronunciation is not always 1-to-1. Like a bunch of times, like there's I'm trying to think of a good example. So I think I have mock would be a good example. Like mock in English versus mock in the Japanese is different. Not in a like completely different, but just in like how you would pronounce in Japanese is very different to how like it gets localized. So I'm always wary of taking that as the pure guide, you know. Yeah, Yoshi-P, you tease. Can't wait for 23 people to wait for one reading the notes. Yeah, well, there's a reason we have a private run of it, infinite. To be fair, we only need 3 people. As long as you have all 3 tanks, you have control of when you start the boss. Well, Nure, come join me. I'll make sure that people stop for you. Tuyolalu versus Torariora. Yeah. Stuff like that. Oh, here, sorry. Let me go back. I wanted to read what it said when he ported in to hear if it. Oh, my keyboard died. I do love how much goblins have been popping up as the enemy. Okay, we're gonna go back real quick. It said run far. Oh, hey, run far. Okay, run far. Oh, run far is the next place. Okay, run far is next up. Basically, I think is what if I read that kanji right. Like next location. It's always an art more than anything. Yeah, 100% Nolindia. Nolandia. Okay, it says I'm back, so I'm gonna take the second to start stripping. Yeah, the internet's back up. Idea. Yeah. Okay. We're back, people. I don't know what's up with the internet today. Of course, it's been like great up until I need it to be good because that's how it be, right? Okay. It may happen again. If it happens again, it should fix real quick. The Wi-Fi router has been raised. Yep. Let's go back a second. And let me pop back up the chats. We'll get caught up and then I'll catch up on you guys. Nothing Coco come by. And we're back. Yes, obviously Hildebrand doing Hildebrand stuff and the important provider. Yeah. Huge share, Elio. Well, thank you. The Wi-Fi router has been... when I started making YouTube videos, my dad bought it for me. It's a very nice gesture of him. Did we see the one... Oh, I know this music. This is the battle music. Coco wa... Horure no. It's some sort of holy site, I think. I don't know where this is in 11. I know this is important, though. I have seen this place before. Faith-bound Kirin. Dude, this looks rad as fuck. Okay. Foxconn, this guy speaks too. He introduced himself. Okay, those were easy to see. Oh man, we're at such a good spot. Well, okay, here. We're gonna see the mechanic. He does talk to you. That's a Kieran? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, what is a Kieran? Like, there are various depictions of them. There's the horse one that you have the mount that's more commonly depicted in statues, but there are Kieran statues that aren't that far off from this. I mean, they're not as Manticorian, but they are still. Okay, so the arms. So I'm assuming whatever he does is going to then go to the arms. And then they're going to do it. Ah, but they do it bigger. Okay. And then... Oh, but that's interesting. But so do they both do it in the same, so it's far, or do they both then mirror? No, they mirror it based off their angle. Okay. Oh, 4 elements. Oh, wait, is he going to summon the lords? Are they going to be summoned? Oh, no, interesting comment. So he summons the 4 lords, but we didn't want to add them all at once. Something new in the general battle UI I want you to pay attention to is the nameplate. There is a cast bar. On the bosses that we enabled, there will be a cast bar under the nameplate. If you don't want to see it, you can turn it off in the settings. Here, let me catch up to show what he's talking about. So if you look, guys, look now when bosses attack, and boy, do I recommend using this, because this is already how I have my UI set up. But look, under the boss, you can see a cat. This is a huge change. Why did they not note this? So when the boss casts a UI, you can see a cast bar on the boss itself that's filling up to tell you the ability is about to go off. If you guys see it, that is incredibly handy. Take advantage of this. Turn it off if it annoys you, but that is actually huge. That dragoon is basically one of the 4 lords from 11. The main mechanic involves it asking you to speak to your manager. That's a Karen, Des, not a Kieran. And it's different than a Kira. Seems like a cool fight. I'll have to talk to my 11 head fans to see if, like, because I know what some of the things it's referencing, but I don't, like, know if it's a big memory. In the same way that, like, I didn't, like Fafnir. Didn't realize how big of a thing Fafnir would be. If you had multiple targets, you had to lock enmity list, or to have the boss that you are not hitting in focus target, so we'd hope to improve playability. Okay, so he's talking about the cast bar. If you had multiple targets, you had to look at enmity list or have the boss that you are not hitting in your focus target. So we hope this improves playability. So that cast bar under the health that you see on bosses will now be there even if you're not targeting a boss. So you still have it like on your main menu if you want on your UI, but this means that you can see other enemies casting without targeting them throughout the game now, which is a huge thing. That's actually a big deal. Yeah, no more focus as healers. Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, that cast bar will be insanely useful for M6 ad phases. I wonder if that's part of what drove it, Laffy. Oh, so y'all missed it right after I my internet cut out. I spilled soda all over myself. I was like, oh god damn, and then let's just say I had to clean up real quick. So maybe it was good the internet cut out. Sandoria. Oh, interesting. Yoshi P also says this is something we have to enable for each boss. So it doesn't seem like it necessarily will be retroactive to everything, which I think is a mistake. They should absolutely retroactively enable that on everything and then give you the option to say only on bosses or turn off. If they don't have this, for instance, for the raids, if this is not available on M6 the second it launches, that's a mistake. That's a major mistake. Yeah, Shy, exactly. To be clear, Laffy, he doesn't say it won't be. He just says that they have to enable it for each boss. So it's not clear what that means in totality. Maybe they already did enable it for each boss in the Alliance raid and in recent patches. We'll see. Yoshi P, that's it for Alliance raids, but we do have to show a bit more. But we did show a bit more of it in the trailer. For this Alliance raid, the balancing was very difficult. What he's talking about is Kemlina and Eldnarsh, however you say his name, showed up in the trailer, and they'll probably be either the second to last and last boss, or like a duo pair for the last boss. That would be my guess. No. Crepe. I think you. No. He's saying it used to be that you would have to look at the enmity list. I know that that's already an option. He's saying that that was a bad option for a lot of people and was not useful. That's how I currently do it. But if you look, wait for him to cast an ability. This cast bar now will appear even if you're not targeting the enemy for enemies all around you, so you can visually look at the area around you without having to look towards an enmity list. The new cast bar is on the nameplate, yeah. Yoshi P says, I think the 4th boss is the hardest. I mean, I would hope the 4th boss is the hardest. Oh, well, wait, no, 6th boss would be the final one. So, I would hope the 6th boss would be the hardest, but hey, I mean, if the 4th one is good. Yoshi P says, there are some new fly text mechanics indicators, and depending on the player interpretation, were very different. That's interesting that he says fly text. I haven't had fly text on for a long time, so I hope that isn't fundamentally required to do the mechanics. Yoshi P is talking about like the difficulty in communicating information to the player and also like the different ways of communicating. I still prefer enmity list, I think, less clutter. Yeah. The nice part is now there's the option, right, Crepe? Like having the option for some people. More option is better. As long as people have the ability to turn it off or, you know. Sorry, there's no new translation, so I'm just trying to catch what I can and explain it. Oh, he hasn't showed them yet, but Yoshi P has some glamour and other slides and other images to show in his hands. I know what those are. Those are him. He's going to show off rewards later. Let's see those chat bubbles. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if we're back. I am now streaming off of my phone's Wi-Fi instead of from my house Wi-Fi, so hopefully that'll fix it. So I'm gonna wait 5 seconds and then I'm gonna go ahead and see if we're back. Otherwise, give me a woo in the chat to let me know if we're back. We're back. We're so back. We're so back, baby. It's lore time. Okay. Sorry for everyone. Thank you for being patient. Of course it happens today. It's been a rough couple of days already, but that's fine. We're going to catch up. See, this was actually all my grand strategy to have more to say all at once. Okay, so Sand Orgy second walk. So we know that they're changing up the how the music is dropping, which is interesting to me because I thought the music was perfectly fine how it was dropping with the First Alliance raid, but they're making it easier. The way the orchestration drops are going to work. Orchestration rolls will now drop from an alliance-specific treasure coffer, not subject to the weekly reward limit. Okay, that's good. 3 from the second boss, 3 from the third boss, 6 from the fourth boss. Awesome. So basically, you can farm it up at your heart's content and try to get as much as possible. Get them all over time. I think this is a good system. I don't know if it was necessary, but I think it's a good system. Okay, next up is the rewards. So for the armor. So I'm excited for you guys to see your armor rewards. Ooh, that's cute. They need to adjust the... Ah, there we go. They adjusted the white balance. Ooh, that's very cute. I wonder, is that the tank? I only say that because I'm looking ahead at the other ones. The other ones are also not, like, super armory. That is the tank. It's nice, but it's a little bit... Hey, dancer. I'm assuming that's aiming. We so back. Yeah, I like the hair of it. I feel like I know a lot of people who... These are all not doing anything for me. I feel like I know a lot of people these are going to be great for. So I'm very excited for them. They gave Precious outfits. So I assume that's striking. based off of Prish being Prish.
これはね、皆さん多分第一弾を見た時から、欲しい来るだろう来るだろう。そうですね。来てください来てください。第三弾で来るんじゃないか。
And also, I appreciate that that armor actually has the metal material that's like the much nicer high sheen, and even like the gem is like a much higher density texture. I'm really hoping 8.0 fully takes advantage of all the upgrades from 7.0. And we see a lot more of the, like, if you look at Prish's outfits and like the sheer density of quality of like textures and even polygons on it, it's so nice, and I want that to be more of the standard. You motherfucker, I needed the Chris crossplay. Discount near. I mean, that a blonde twin with red eyes could wear that outfit and you wouldn't know. Well, Infinite, now there's always a chance for time too. I only really read Anti gear from 11. Yeah. For the first time since 5.2. There you go, Amara. Exciting times. Those bows are so cute. If I had to guess, I'd assume this is maiming or slaying. You should be impressive how you guys in chat can see the outfit and instantly can name it. Oh, they're saying it's 8 o'clock right now. Like, I assume that that's from PvP and not from the Alliance raid. Otherwise, it's like a very sharp left turn. If that last one can't be from 11, right? Because that's. If that is one of the rewards, that is very odd. That is, one of these things is not like the other. Yeah. Oh, it's begun, Yukio. Okay, PvP updates. I don't suspect there'll be anything new other than seeing maybe the rewards from this, but there shouldn't be too much new. Series 9 begins. PvP action adjustments. Added items available for exchange of trophy crystals. Bayside Battleground. They're adding the Omega and the Ultimate promotion demotion brackets, which I don't think is actually going to solve any of the problem, but hey, at least it's something to do. The problem is that you have people fighting hardcore at the beginning of the series and then trying to get actual any rounds, especially in the higher brackets. Later on, you just have it hard. They need to incentivize people to keep going after they've hit Crystal, Omega, or Ultima. Players may now register for casual matches and parties of 2, as we know. Usually, up until now, towards the end of a season, the matchmaking became a bit difficult, and these new ranks will change that. Well, okay, in their mind, this will change that. Since casual matches don't have a rank, we thought this was okay. There were suggestions to allow up to 4 players, and we're keeping that in mind, but we want to start with 2 first. PvP players are friendly. If you ask them to teach you and queue with you, I'm sure they will. So, basically, they are considering being able to do more than 2, but right now they're only doing 2. A timer will now display and indicate the time before medicine kits appear on the field. Oh, that's handy. So the potions that appear in Crystalline Conflict, you'll see a timer before when they're going to respond next. That's actually really handy. It's kind of surprising that didn't come out yet. How many here are actually excited for any PvP changes? How many of you are like... Just the functionality of Purify. Recast time has been reduced from 24 to 4 seconds. Right, we wanted to change the balance with this change. Right now, you're bursting a player after you saw they use Purify. Yeah, because once they use Purify, you know they can't use it again, so burst them down. Okay, so now you can use it a bunch, but it costs Oh, man. This is a... Okay, for those of you who don't play PvP, this is like one of the single biggest changes they might have been able to do. This is huge. Oh, that's a big change. Holy moly. Resilience effect duration changed from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. Okay. Stun builds. No, stun builds don't reign supreme infinite because now you can, if they stun you, you can get out of it. And then you can still get out of it again if they try to stun you again. Stun builds just got borked. Especially players who aren't used to PvP yet struggle with noticing the difference in these effects, so there will be more visual effects now. The following statuses will now have persistent visual effects. Undead Redemption, Nebula, Kaiten. Yes! Fucking make sure people know that Kaiten's going off other than the symbol of the blue. People need to know that you should not attack a freaking samurai when they use Kaiten. Although, well, Chiten, not Kaiten, sorry. Chiten. Death's got in my brain. Yes, but also you can do that with damage infinite. But yeah, you're right. Using stun builds to reduce their MP so they can't heal is actually a strategy unto itself. That's true. But now people have more options to deal with stuns. If you see a samurai just sitting there in PvP and eating your damage, get away from them. They're about to dish it back at you tenfold. So this is a pretty simple, straightforward map, Yoshi P says. They're saying it's very bright. Akarui means bright. Like a really bright and shiny map. Pretty straightforward. There's just a lot of different places to move around. You can see the timers on the maps where the potions are going to appear. Shy, I simultaneously appreciate your joke and appreciate you going out of your way to be like, it's a joke, it's a joke. Yeah, pretty much not anything too crazy. Oh, they are going to show off this samurai using Chiten. Okay, so you see this timer. That's it, recharging. So this blue aura. If you see this blue aura on a samurai, do not attack them and get away from them. What they're doing is all the damage you're about to do, this aura here, they're about to take all the damage you deal them and basically put it back at you like tenfold. So if you don't attack them and you get away from them, they can't do anything to you. But if your friends are attacking them still, get away, because it'll just kill all of you. I think you might be the only one, Shy. So you see it's counting down, 2, 1. Yeah. If there's one piece of PvP advice I can give you, it's don't attack a samurai when they're glowing blue. Sweet, sweet Chiten into Oganamaki to clear the entire enemy team. Yeah. Oh, see, he's doing it right now. Yep. Oh, is he gonna? No, because Yoshibi's getting away from him. So you see, like, oh, nope, you got him. Yeah, so if you want a samurai to one-shot you, hit them while they're glowing blue. Okay. That's it for the map show off. I'm betting they're about to show the PvP series rewards now. Okay, yeah, so this one they showed earlier, this is a PvP series reward, or it may just be for Wolf Marks. We don't have a translation yet. But the new PvP clams will be casual style. Okay, yep, these are more new PvP clams. If you are scared to do PvP and you want PvP rewards, come tell me, message me, or tell me in the Discord, the T-Discord at discord.g/Eorzean archives. And I will literally help you some evening. Ooh, that's pretty. Ray, why do I feel like that's very you in terms of like going disco dancing and that? I will literally help you over the course of an evening get all the glams you want, and then you won't have to think about it again. So ugly. What are you talking about? A TCCQ sync day? Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Laffy. We'll definitely have a TQ, either Christian conflict. Yeah, we'll run it to help people get the glams and stuff they want. And this guy looks like he just fought on a certain raid floor. The guy doing the dancing green pose. Yoshi, I will also queue for the casual when I have. I will also start doing casual queues when I have the time. Basically, he's saying he'll hop into casual PvP runs whenever he has the time to play the game a bit. Because if you don't know, PvP, Yoshi P on the Japanese servers hops into Party Finder, Duty Roulette, stuff like that all the time. Well, not all the time, but when he has time. Yoshi P. But people get mad at me when I do. I do this during Walk with Yoshi P. Hey, the new the new treasure vault, Onerian. If I'm using the Japanese, it's Onerian, but it may be like it may be the pun on onion because of Mandragora. Please give us out. I'm so interested to see these maps. Especially, we'll be running map nights when patch drops on Wednesdays. Okay, Yoshi, Foxconn says it's time to test our luck. They're gonna show off the excuse me, the treasure maps. How many of you guys actually do treasure maps? I know some of you in T already do, but like, I'm curious how many of you like don't touch them at all. Also, Raiji, good to see, glad to have you. And for those of you who don't do them, what would it take to make you do them? Yoshi P, I would 100% confident I would get a portal, but I will use a debug command right now to open it just in case I don't. The same music. Please, please let them be slots. It'd be so funny. That does look a little bit like the Millennium Falcon, yeah. The platform itself, yeah. Sarah, any of the ostensibly are worth doing. Depends on if you care to achievement hunt and all. Any of them will give you money, give you items that are worth a lot of money. If you want, the best bet one would be Elpis maps, because the 90 maps, because of the amount of people who want the Hythlodeus and Emmet Salk minions. But there's plenty of reasons to do the other ones. They're really all good choices. Yoshi P, what a mysterious space we're in. So, let me show you the luck I have. Yes! Do the roulettes! Do it! Yes! He's so good. Ooh. At least not full heartbreak. Small dream. It says small dream. Gamba. Yeah, hey Yukio, have they got you and your gotcha friends to play now? Now that they have. My chatter. There's chat XP? Okay, nothing too crazy, it's just ads. At least the trash is kind of interesting. If the slot machine's icons don't align, the reward will be less, of course. Literally treasure chest. Okay, do you just go on to the next? Okay. James wrote? James wrote? Dreams lot, probably. Dreams lot. Okay. Do you is it only a match, or is there anything to be gained from just like? Okay, another small dream. So that was the same. That Spriggan has disco glasses. I want him. If Ray Ray is not up and watching this, she is missing out. V, can we get one of those Spriggans? Next, okay, next V, we just need freaking like a little Gale Cat, Techno Gale Cat. They look like the random mobs from Living Memory. I don't think I've fought that many random mobs out in Living Memory. I mean, obviously I've been through the areas, but I haven't like dug deep, so I didn't realize that there were one similar. Dreams. Dreams. It's a oh, the ghost mobs. Yeah, no, I'm just meaning the Spriggans. Oh yeah, the ghost mobs are. You can find them over in the southeast. There will be a new kind of map, or are we still doing Broskins? It'll be a new kind of map. Well, there's a chance it won't be, but it will be. It will be. There'll be a new map. Oh, oh, oh! Come on! Oh! Oh, oh! Hey! Bingo. Bingo. Big dream. Big dream. Oh, it's the Onion Boy. Everybody's gonna accuse Yoshi P of making it do that, but he's like, no, this is real. This one's real. I didn't do this. I didn't force it. This was just luck. Literally, I'm not lying. Look away. Techno kitty. Yeah, exactly. Okay, nothing crazy so far. Just step in. So is he gonna start layering those or something? Also, he's taking this down pretty handily, so Laffy, you'll be okay doing your solo runs. That's a good bet, Laffy. That's a really good bet. Oh yeah, he used the kill effect because he wants to show what happens when you kill it. So he just used a bug command for that. Good old debug. Of course, the usual gimmick of mobs appearing randomly that you have to kill in certain orders are going to be here as well. So like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mobs. I've already won, so it doesn't really matter now what happens. Hey, perfect. Oh? Oh no, fail. Okay. I was about to say it was something crazy. Sure, good to go to have you. You missed a lot? Yeah, kind of, but honestly, there's not really been anything particular other than the trailer. Not really anything. I mean, yeah, they went a little bit through the Alliance raid, but like, haven't missed a whole lot, frankly. There's not been that much that's been crazy or super surprising. Honestly, the Purify and Cast Bar changes have been weirdly the two most... good use of our time. Well, of course, even with the 3 misses, it could respin. So he's saying that there's still a chance that it could have respawned. It doesn't really compare to an Atmos. Yeah. Yeah, no spit. Yeah, Demon Pikachu. So sad you missed the Final Fantasy 14-2 announcement. That's means on Beginning Party is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, the trailer does look great, and it's definitely obfuscating quite a bit, I'm sure, based on their comments and other... Oh! More fancy clothings. If it wasn't for the corsage, I'd like that top. Also, how many slacks can we have in the game? Challenge level. Oh my god. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, okay, that's gonna be a... there are a lot of people who are gonna like that dress. That's a nice dress. That does feel like a prom dress, yeah. God dang, you should be adding more. Okay, Yukio. It's not them adding more love and deep space gams. These glams, these are based off of things that exist in the real world. It's not them taking from love and deep space. It's them taking from probably the same stuff. New clothes are either like casual drip fantasy cloaks or the stuff you can do in wedding and... Ooh! That is an interesting, like... I don't know if it's intended to, but it's definitely Zidane adjacent. That's actually really nice. I love that. That feels like a Tyrolian interpretation of Zidane. Oh, I know someone who's gonna love that with the feathers. Feels very Blue Mage. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, especially if it's Tyroli rather than Alexandrian, that makes sense, right? It would be funny if that was... We know it's not any kind of traditional Wallachui regalia because we know their stuff is different, but... That's a good red mage glam, yeah. That is it for the first half of the Brewster live letter. So for 15 minutes, they're going to be off on a break. So let's us all talk together. Okay, what are we thinking so far? Because, I mean, so far, not really any crazy reveals or anything. My hope is that not only will they talk potentially about some new stuff, but also some plans and future expectations for in the second half, which there's reason to think that. But let's also watch the English trailer again. I'll get that set up. But I really do want to hear you guys' thoughts because I'm curious to bounce off of them. Real quick, Foxconn, there's no good video to show this time, so we're running some nostalgic videos. Oh, they're just for the interstitial. So again, now is a good time to stretch, go to the bathroom, grab a drink if you have not. It'd been strange if these weren't dual dies from the get-go. Yeah. These will be dual die channels. That would be very, very, very odd if they weren't. Oh, I literally already had the... Okay. Bump that up. Okay, Warrior of Light.
There is no shame in being afraid.
The Alexandrian announcement system, which we know Calyx has control over.
It is that very fear which will drive.
Infinite pointed this out, and it's really interesting. This circle around it does almost remind you of the mandala, the Blessing of Light mandala.
Drive you to conquer death.
I suspect, though, what this is either for the probably going into the trial. Although it's a datascape rather than we're fighting probably inside the mesoterminal or something.
Let us set a new course.
Got Alexandria down here. I think it looks like. Well, I can't really tell to be sure what kind of denizens it is, but it's just a dig up.
Course for mankind. Let us preserve our.
You'll notice that all of them got the blue eyes, but specifically they also have the Neo regulator. It seems to be going off, so that's tied to it. The Neo regulator acting as either a kind of tempering on its own or affecting them, or also they could just one of themselves. I also have suspicion that this look and this sort of thing is probably the last thing they're going to do before they get vaporized and turned into dust, like we saw at the end of 7. Well, we didn't see. Like I suspect happened at the end of 7.2.
Existence unto perpetuity.
It is interesting though, like again, it could just be asset reuse. They're literally using the tempering effect. It's not just their eyes are glowing blue. That fire effect, the last time I believe we would have seen it would have been in Endwalker 6.0 when Anima cries out, and we see it in specifically Ulysses' eyes. But it's existed obviously in the game since The Realm Reborn.
Unto perpetuity.
Yeah, it's not just eerily similar, it is like the exact same effect. But again, could be asset reuse.
With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality?
I suspect this, because this appears to be in the mesoterminal itself. You can tell based off of the what we see in the images for the mesoterminal on the official website. This is probably after we finish the dungeon and make our way to Calyx and think that we're either going to win or going to at least fight to get back either the key or whatever. I mean, we have the key currently, but he probably gets a hold of it somehow. What I would suspect is that this is his plan going off after the dungeon leading into probably the trial. Assuming that there isn't an actual break period between the two.
Will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality?
It does sound a little bit like Jenna Coleman.
For the longest.
This is definitely in the dungeon, so this is definitely the mesoterminal. You'll notice that us running through the mesoterminal, and you've got Sphene, historical Sphene, you've got Alfino, Wukoma, and us.
This time,
but then it turns into a historical place. What's interesting is that this looks like a place where people with Levin sickness were treated. This could be Alexandria in the past, or at least a representation of it, but it's also possible it's another place that existed within the 9th.
Been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in.
This is really interesting to me. I noticed this during this almost looks like it's, I mean, it's not, I don't think it is Calyx, but it's they're wearing the same gear. And I assume that there's either some sort of experimentation or person that was in charge of either dealing with Levin sickness. You'll notice they have like a plague doctor mask, which if you think about the Levin sickness as like a plague, not that it's necessarily contagious, but you know, it makes sense to have that iconography and imagery.
And the systems put in place by our force.
I bet it's Calyx's memories. Yeah, good chance. This is what's really interesting. So, give me a sec. Necron FF. So for those who don't know who Necron is, and I won't go too much into spoilers specific to FF9, but this is Necron from FF9 from a design standpoint specifically. Notice these rings and some of the imagery. And remember that 14 doesn't usually copy wholesale, but it interprets. Sometimes it copies much more closely. But look at this iconography and then look at this. Based off what we're seeing in here, I suspect that this is probably the final boss of the dungeon and not the trial itself, though. But it could be effectively the heart of the entity it's trying that Calyx is trying to create, the mesoterminal. These are just conjectures on my part. But interestingly, though, you will see holes born into, it's not clear if it's memory or what. This is Alexandria. I don't know where that fire could be, but like there's other places potentially in the 9th that could be. So these could be memories of other places gone that exist within the mesoterminal. I don't know. Do we think that this is the trial? I suspect pretty handily this is the final boss of the dungeon. And that we have seen nothing in specific for the trial. Now, is this entity what ultimately will become a part and parcel to the trial itself? Maybe. I would also point out, for those of you who played Elden Ring, the Elden Beast, definitely did not inspire this.
But no more.
We've got the Faena, the new Occult Crescent map. We're actually traveling into space now that we have built the launch point from the moon, launch space station.
From now,
this will be one of the new mini games that you can do to get. You'll get in the bot and do this and grab these. That is a big bicolor gemstone.
now on, we need to learn on our own.
But I'm weak.
We're going to Felucia. Hopefully they don't have any of the oh god, what are they called? The praying mantis thingy-maboopers. You know what I'm talking about, right? In fact, it actually looks like the arena is where Calyx has the pretty party pinned down. Yes, I'm almost 100% sure you are correct, Asher. That's why my guess is what it is. I think this shader of the Queen Eternal still, and the portals are peering into living memory, Isle, Volcano, and third part of Alexandria Dungeon. That would make sense, Laffy, especially if you think about it like, yeah, the fire, no, that makes a lot of sense if it's peering out into it. Honestly, with the outline, it's reminding me of the final boss of Skydeep Cenote. Makes me wonder if it's from a lore standpoint, if that was supposed to be modeled after this to protect the game. No, because remember, the Yokui didn't know much other than in their dreams about the living memory. The statue that protects the gate in living memory was made by the Yokui. I'm fairly certain. We can bring up the... I'll bring up the triple triad card. Triple triad cards. Let's pull that up because that's where there's this most important note on it. Patch 7.0. We are looking for filters. I need show all. The Maul Skull. Thought to have been created by the Yokui for quarrying purposes, Maul Skull became a sentry within its operational ruins were partially overwritten by persons unknown. With its deadly hammer-like head, it inflicts punishing blows upon any foolish enough to trespass in the Skydeep Cenote. Because remember, from a historical standpoint, it starts out as the mammal jaw, goes further back into past into the Yokui, and then goes further back into the past, being a remnant of that. You can't wait until like Tempono when Galul Jah is a beefy Zoraal lookalike and saving the party with the Alexandrian army. Yeah, hell yeah. Speaking of, I suspect these are Zoraal swords. So you have Otis's sword and Zoraal's sword, kind of both his paternal figures, and also how he could protect nor save nor persuade. Like he couldn't change or defeat Zoraal, and he couldn't save Otis.
So weak,
buddy. He hasn't been able to protect anyone he's loved, and he's had to be protected. Maps. Also, anyone who's been doing M6S, you may have some PTSD.
For centuries, my other self wore this tiara.
So remember, there are three Sphenes. Spheent, which is the fake Sphene that Calyx was using. Historical Sphene, which is the real person we know. And the Endless Sphene. The Endless Sphene from 7.0 was her own entity crafted from the memories of Sphene, but her own person effectively. And she died. Which when the Mesoterminal was shut down, when what happened at the end of 7.0 happened, she did perish. What I'm hoping, a little bit, and I don't need them to do it, but is that the crown has been holding onto the hopes, the wishes, the prayers of people since time immemorial, or well, not time immemorial necessarily, but for a long time, and it still does potentially house the memories of Sphene, right? For those of you who know FF9, you know how Alexander is summoned. What I would just say is, what if Alexander was summoned as Alexandria, or an embodiment of Alexandria as the protector primal of it in its hour of need, or something like that. That would be pretty good. Let's just say.
And with it, the hopes and...
She's gonna put the crown on? Oh, I'm almost certain she's gonna put the crown on. The reason why is that there's a shot later on where you seeing her with her hood down and you specifically don't see from here up.
Centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered.
Why are they not panning up above that? Because she's taking on her role as queen and leading her people. Time immemorial is 6th of July, 1182. Yeah, Sphene and Krog recreating the cutscene of Alexander summon, something akin to that. I'm not expecting that. That doesn't happen for me to be happy, but I wouldn't be surprised if a version of that is created. Yeah.
I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can.
This man's about to get dusted. I will bet you money we're about to see this man get vaporized and taken up into the cloud.
Do.
I gave her my word!
She is bleeding.
I promised I would protect her people!
Like, importantly, she's also talking about the Endless Sphene. Because remember, Endless Sphene and Sphene are two different people. And the tragedy of Endless Sphene is separate from Sphene. And, yeah.
I would protect her people!
Send Eorzean. This is Camelot. He's probably going to be fight 4, if I had to guess. If not the final fight. I'm assuming that they're going to do Camelot and Aelnarsh, like, separate. But this is going to be one of the fights. He's a very important character from Final Fantasy XI, one of the primary antagonists.
Behold the glory of the Zalart!
He says Zalart, not Xylart. So, interesting. So this is fun. So the Omnicron that exists in 14, their models originally come from 11. So they're reusing the Omnicron models in 14 to have Omnicron from 11.
Return to the crystal from which you were.
This is Adelnarsh. This is the older brother to Camelot. Don't ask why he looks like a child. So I suspect he's probably the final fight or them together.
Return to the crystal from which you were born.
Yokui side quest or allied side quest, and this will be rad as hell.
Why do you pursue your evolution with?
This is the Mesoterminal. This will be the probably entrance or near some point in the dungeon, either entrance or end of the dungeon.
Much further. What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence? Further. What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
What is striking at them? You can see some sort of structure, statue, something behind.
Distance.
We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key.
Pilgrim's Traverse. This almost looks like a Light Warden. I mean, it could just be a powerful Sin Eaters. We know that Sin Eaters continue to exist on the first. The destruction of the Light Wardens didn't just eradicate them. I'm assuming this has to be part of the Pilgrim's Traverse. That's the only way that makes sense of that. Also, there's only four people.
We forego the posturing and begin.
I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Exciting. And also in perfect time. They should be back in a minute here. Okay, how we all feeling? Deirdre, yeah, the trailer is fire. Did you see the FF11 stuff? We were thinking of you. Coil's avatar rig. Oh yeah, the avatar rig is the same as that, the secondary Omicron rig, yeah. Turns into the trial boss with the Alexandrian purpose fighting her, and we have a fucking kaiju battle. Yukio, don't tempt me. And we're back, perfectly on time. Excited, but also still sleepy, yeah. Friendly reminder, there are 12 days until this patch drops. So, I feel promised of tomorrow is a double meaning. Yeah. I am very AC good. I'm very curious to see what portends for the future from this. I am curious to see how much of any allusion towards what 7.4 onwards is going to look like will be present in 0.3. Hyped? Yeah. Yoshi P, there was some comments about Treasure Dungeon's effects potentially making people dizzy because of the speed, etc. We adjusted it a bit already, but if you have specific feedback, please bring it to us. As always, remember, you can always give respectful feedback. Best place is probably to do it on the forums. Make sure you do it respectfully. It's not a problem to be critical. It is a problem to be a dick. It's okay to be like, I find X frustrating, or could we have Y? It's not okay to be an ass about it. I feel like I've been going crazy lately. It's like, you can offer like constructive feedback without being a dick. I promise it's possible. The word Zylander has been voiced. This is not a drill. Yeah. Foxconn, we also made an English version of the Eorzean gymnastics, I remember. Yeah. It's funny though, because like you don't have Ragio Taiso in the West, so it's like it still works, but it's like what they're like, hey, no one good to go at you. Louder for the people in the back. Yeah. It is always okay to be critical. It's not okay to not be. You can be kind and critical. And also, be critical. Just be thoughtful. Like, don't just parrot other people's opinions and be thoughtful. Leave your feedback on the forum, but for the love of God, don't read the threads with provocation tiles unless you specifically want to have stupid laugh. And new D dungeon. Also, you not liking something does not mean it is objectively bad or worthless. Yes, that's the other thing. You not liking something does not mean it is bad or worthless. Yes. It does not mean that you're invalid for not liking it. You are totally valid to dislike something, even if someone loves it. Your experience is not invalidated by that. But don't equate I don't like, so therefore it must not be good. I don't like, I have good taste, therefore thing must be bad. Right? There are a few things we want to change with 14 overall, and a few of those things I will be touching on while introducing this deep dungeon. Yes. Let me start by explaining what a deep dungeon even is. I know this is going to be stupid because a lot of people are like, we know what a deep dungeon is, but it's always useful to go give a quick over. But I'm very curious what Yoshi says when Yoshi has to say about there's a few things we want to change in 14 overall. That'll be key. I'm very curious. Is Xylar not an accent thing? What do you mean, Dallas? I'm really curious if the variant criterion dungeon will connect to 8.0, like how a Lola connection a lot to Dawn Trail. I wouldn't suspect if we got one that it would all, but it's possible. I know that's useless. Basically, I'm saying like could, but like I wouldn't. My bet would be higher guess of not than, but need to finish catching up stuff in general. Was working on the other stuff. Have a bit. Hey, you got plenty of time. And remember, too, guys. Also, if you're behind and literally don't catch up on any of this until like 0.5 comes out, there will be like a couple month period, of 4 to 6 months between the final patch and the expansion too. So that's a great. There's tons of different times to catch up. Word it like I like this, but and then give your constructive criticism. Yes. Or you don't even have to say I like. Just be like hey, I struggled with this, and don't be like, you guys are lazy, or you don't know what you're doing, or, or the only reason you could have made the mistake is because you don't give a shit. Like, right? Like, see, even Yoshi P provides context before going into details, yeah. Tyler, as he's pronounced. Yeah, but are you saying his accent? Broadly speaking, the best evidence towards how to specifically pronounce something in 14 is to look at it being voiced as the vocal direction. They usually go to lengths to make sure it is pronounced in a way that is, if not at least canon, if not the way to say it, at least one of the canon ways to say it. Like you get Bosnia and Bosnia, like you get a couple for Bosnia, but broadly speaking. Okay. Does anybody need me to go over this? I assume we all know what a deep dungeon is. I like this. I'm so curious where 8.0 goes down. Do we go to Mericidia? I wonder another shard. You've got Mericidia, another reflection, the Sea of Stars, the interdimensional rift using it as an infinite possibility corridor. You could imagine that not only could they tell stories to other places and other worlds, but also on top of that other times, as that's a possibility. It's not necessarily something I would prefer, but it's a possibility. My hope is Mericidia, personally, for a lot of like thematic reasons and reasons that I think would. If you do Mericidia and Ilsabard, if you remove the cloud cover, do like 1 or 2 maps, like if you do Corvos or something like that at Corvos and maybe another map in Mericidia or in Ilsabard and most of it in Mericidia, there's a lot of juxtaposition in story you could tell, especially between the Garleans, the Mericidians, the Alligans, the Relics of War. There's a bunch you could hit on. What about what do we think the special item will be besides Pomanders? Don't forget, MXL told us to go to the Blind Frost. 100% Laffy. I suspect the Blind Frost, though, will be either like a variant dungeon or something like that. I don't expect it to be like a major expansion thing. But hey, maybe I'll be very wrong. Maybe we're going to do a Gartha. Well, I guess you just go to the Ethereal Sea at that point, but... The underlying concept behind the Pilgrim's Traverse is a deep dungeon for everyone. Whether you're more casual or hardcore, whether you fly solo or run with a fixed party, Pilgrim's Traverse has something for everyone to enjoy. So, what does this concept mean? It's been more than 10 years since 2.0. Also, this deep dungeon is located on Ilmag in the First. No surprise there. Yoshi P is explaining himself right now. Actually, how many of you guys have been playing since 2.0? I have not. It's not specifically a 14 issue, but if you two had a proper block or mute button, that would be nice. I keep getting recommended bad faith rage clickbait vids. Yeah, Jojo, I feel you on that. 2 choices. Right, dude, there's 3 dots next to every video. Click on it. You will have the option to say not interested or don't recommend this channel. If you don't want videos like that, if you don't want the channel at all, click don't recommend. You won't get any more from that channel. If you click not interested, if you click not interested and say I don't like this video, when you choose that, it will stop recommending videos like that. That is the best way to make YouTube change your algorithm over time. Just keep doing that for things that you just don't want to engage with. It works quite well. Hot diggity damn, Azure. Yeah, a lot of you guys have been playing a while. Yoshi, we've been adding a lot of content since. If you think back, the uneven patches that added new alliance raids, for example, they were more for casual learning. Okay, did I not just mention this? Thank you for addressing. Yes, okay. Literally, Yoshi P is addressing what I literally was just saying to you guys earlier on in the stream. On the other hand, the even patches brought savage raids and were more hardcore. Also, hey, while we're at it, could we get a normal version of Coils so people could experience the story? Thank you. I played ARR main story in 2.0, but I didn't come back to the game and played it in main ammo just before Endwalker. Man, that's a big... That's a decade, Luna. Holy moly, that's a big jump. I mean, I played a little bit of 1.0, like an hour or 2 of 1.0 and a little bit of 2.0 at a friend's house, but I didn't start playing until Stormblood. The function has never consistently worked for me, but I'm probably doing something wrong. Make sure you click not interested and I don't like the video. If you just click not interested, it won't change anything. That would be my recommendation. Still need to finish 7.1 stuff, though. Again, need to get to Ezra again. So the thing to remember, Raiji, is that playing 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 back-to-back is a good idea anyways, because they're like a set block of the story. They're like the 3rd act, epilogue, however you want to frame it, of the Dawn Trail story. So, okay. On the other hand, the even patches brought out savage raids and were even more hardcore. We've added ultimates to uneven patches, but just this phrasing decided what kind of content is for the specific player base. You've been reading a lot of the feedback. I've been reading a lot of the feedback you've been giving at the last producer from Letter Live. So I've been doing a lot of thinking since that I myself am kind of deciding already what we add when we add new content, what kind of player is supposed to enjoy it. Oh, I can only imagine, Luna. That must have been a crazy relearning experience. We have so much content in Final Fantasy right now. I am going to preemptively say something. When you see translations of what Yoshi P is saying here, be very, give a lot of grace to the fact that if someone chooses to willfully translate some of what he's saying, not just translate, but kind of willfully misinterpret what he's saying, people may come across with a bad opinion. like there was a comment from last live letter where he was talking about resources in development, and people thought he like were taking it to mean that he was saying literally they don't have the money, as opposed to the ability to allocate specific resources because they don't have that manpower for that specific thing at that point. So just, I don't think that's going to be a problem, but just give some grace to if you see, like, if there's a specific wording that you're like, what do you mean by that? Okay, I'm going to reread this. So what does this concept for everyone mean? It's been more than 10 years since 2.0. Actually, how many of you have been playing since 2.0? Thank you for sticking with us this long. 2.0 really didn't have that much content. We've been adding a lot of content since. If you think back to the uneven patches that added new alliance raids, for example, they were more casual learning. On the other hand, the even patches brought savage raids and were more hardcore. We've added ultimates to uneven patches, but just this phrasing decided what kind of content is for a specific player base. I've been reading a lot of the feedback you gave after the last producer live letter, so I've been doing a lot of thinking since, that I myself am kind of deciding already when we add new content, what kind of player is supposed to enjoy it. We have so much content in Final Fantasy XIV right now, but for someone who doesn't do Savage, an even patch might bring 0 content. When we're adding 10 sorts of new content, hardcore players might enjoy 3 of them, casual players might enjoy 3 of them, all-rounders maybe 4 to 6. And he's still speaking in reading translations. Yeah, people took the single word of cost way out of context, yeah. Not even just out of context, but like even in context, it's pretty clear what he's saying. But like if you don't know anything about development, game development, or like working in development teams, not even software, even just like just applying it, just in me going so literal, you know. I guess you're right. This is context, because if you do pay attention to the context, it's clear. So yeah, it is taken out of context. I did essentially the same as... I wouldn't have started 14 much earlier if the game could have started downloading on my console properly. So a design philosophy change I want to get into is to show how there are different ways to enjoy the same content, in a casual way or in a more hardcore way. I still believe that both sides need their own extremes. Definitely casual or super hardcore content is needed. Deep Dungeon, for example, has the solo clear from floor 1 achievement, as an example. He wants more content that can be accessed by everyone. So not just more hardcore or more softcore or more midcore, but more content everyone can do. Which, hell yeah. I do think right now that is one of the bigger problems, is that really no one's eating good. Kind of the hardcore people are eating good, relatively speaking, though they would always want more. At least every major patch to have a Savage or Ultimate level challenge, which they don't currently. But like, yeah. How many of you guys feel like you want more things that are at your level? More not just like you want more content. We all want more content. But how many like kind of are desperate for a feeling of you want content that is at your, like your or slightly above your level of challenge? Petitioned by the Fairy King, the Warrior of Darkness undertakes a survey of architectural remnants of the First. The Church of the First Light, Nil Meg. Oh, hey, we're learning more about the Church of the First Light. Discover what ties the fallen church to the Fae folk and a hidden truth regarding the Fairy King. Ooh. I still believe both sides need their own extremes. Definitely casual or super hardcore content is needed. Deep Dungeons, for example, has the solo clear from floor 1, but that's an element that's basically non-existent for players that enjoy playing the content as a group of 4. Sorry for starting this in a more serious way, so let's talk about the Deep Dungeon. No, please talk more about that, please. I do think that that's... Hell yeah. I already heard hardcore people whining we're not getting a new ultimate because it's the only mode worth playing for them. I have empathy for, like, if that's the only piece of content that you're enjoying, like, being frustrated not having more of it. At the same time, like, if you're at that level, 14 might not be the best MMO for you, and to just, like, sub during when a new ultimate's out and then taking a break. Because, like, if Savage even doesn't do it for you, you know, fail, yeah. Hardcore and heavy quotation. I would like more casual content. I feel like they're really catered to hardcore players, really. I think we need more mid-core more than we need casual. But again, these terms so completely depend on who you're talking about. What I think Yoshi P is getting at actually is really good in that he's saying things like the Pilgrim's Traverse can be for hardcore people and mid-core people and softcore Yeah. Entry conditions, level 91 or higher. So remember, you will be able to level from this. So if you have 91 jobs, you can take them into the Pilgrim's Traverse. You can go with either 1 to 4 people. Start from the first floor, make your way up. You have bosses every 10 levels, yada, 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 the usual. Every 10 floors gives you a bit of a breather, as you're used to. You start at T1 to 10, then do a boss. How many of you guys have never done a deep dungeon before? Or are afraid to? Based on the kind of first light. Yeah. At least Palace of the Dead does. Yeah, I understand the Palace of the Dead, particularly in the 200. I mean, I would say if that puts you to sleep, Eureka Orthos is a little better because you have to be on your ball with a lot of the mobs. But yeah, I understand why Palace of the Dead is boring for a lot of people. Because it doesn't really get interesting, frankly, until past floor 100. There's a reason that all the ones after Palace of the Dead only do 100 floors rather than 200 floors. Oh, those are cute. V, can we grow some of these in the garden? Actually, if I used my multicolor print heads, you could 3D print those guys. Oh, I like that. Now, is that just a mushroom? I mean, like, clearly you see the mushrooms and stuff. I wonder if that's just mushroom and bark and animated, or if it has any light, if it's any Sin Eater stuff going on. I think it's probably just mushrooms. We're sliding a bit in this. We're sliding a bit in this deep dungeon, so there will be a lot of scenery changes. So we're right. I was right about the Giga Tender. So basically, you're going to be sliding from place to place. So you're not. It's going to take place in Ilmeg, but I think you're going to see places outside Ilmeg. So what kind of bosses do we have? Well, since we're in the first, and it's not like all Sin Eaters have disappeared. Yeah. So they even confirm. Oh, that's cool. They used Hades' model. I wonder who this is, though. I wonder if this was either a bishop or you know, some kind of person of the First Light Church, or if this was one of the rulers, a person of Verbert. Mushroom Omega doesn't exist. It can't hurt you. Mushboard and room board. In Pilgrim's Traverse, you will automatically be equipped with Aetherpool gear, a special set of armors and armors. Yeah, just the usual stuff. A bishop of the first fight. I wonder if we'll keep the Eureka Orso thing of every boss having lore from an NPC, like a hunt mark. I hope so. I mean, no crap that I like that as a lore nerd, but I also just think it made each floor have more of an identity. That mattered. I mean, like, Heaven on High's lore for why it's the way it is, especially as you get higher and higher, is rad. But it is pretty straightforward. That'd be cute, yeah. You can take out the weapons and use them in normal content as well once you've enhanced them enough. Yeah, just like normal. So if he shows off the glamours for this deep dungeon, know that you can get this glamour for outside of the deep dungeon. Oh, I love that bow. Ooh, I love the sword. Ooh. Ooh. There are some people who are gonna like this. That is an Ilmeg-ass glam. It's Ilmeg-ass without even being Fey, though. So stained glass weapons. Oh man, if you could get these with the glow, that'd be gorgeous too. The initial quest is completed by defeating the T30 boss. Yep, just like Eureka Orthos. And Heaven on High. I want that bow. Yeah, that bow's pretty good. When you beat the floor 30 boss, the initial quest is completed, like it has been so far, like with Eureka Orthos or Heaven on High. Palace of the Dead technically was 50. Well, it depends on how you want to define it, because like 50 is the first part, but you don't have, you don't kill Nybeth. Fitting for the Kingdom of Rainbows, yeah. Early floors could be attempted by either fixed or matched parties, while later floors could only be attempted by fixed parties. In previous deep dungeons. Oh! So now you can do matched parties for later floors as well. Okay, cool. I didn't even realize that you couldn't do matched parties for later floors. So on the bright side, this is a good change. On the downside, I didn't even realize this was the case. Honestly, what would be more useful would also be allowing people to start at later floors too. And I know they probably don't, so that people don't, so that it was in the duty finder. That would make it a lot. I think you'd find a lot. I think a lot more people would do this if they could queue from the duty finder. If we manage to use resources, we'd also like to change this for the old content. So they're saying they want to make this retroactive to the older deep dungeons. Internet's up. That's weird. On my end, the internet says it's fine. My internet says it's fine. That might just have been a blip. Let me know if I'm back. Muffin, good to see, glad to have you. Do the personal reasons at the moment try to get the mindset of playing harder content like Savages? Due to personal reasons at the moment, try to get into the mindset of... Sorry, I'm not sure I fully understand, Muffin. You'll have to let me know. We're back? Okay, cool. Are you saying other people should, or are you saying you're trying to? Or can't. It only stopped for a bit. Later floors and duty finders were the bookends for... Okay, all I'm saying is I wish that we got later floors, and I wish that they would put the deep dungeons in duty finder. A lot more people would do. My boy! My boy! Give me a... I fucking love cactars. Tumber, let me read the book. That is just Cthulhu. They just put Cthulhu in 14. That's just Cthulhu. V made him for me like over a year ago. Okay, Yoshibi says... We got the feedback that too many things were one-shots in the last deep dungeon early on, so we're trying to go back to the difficulty level of Heaven on High. Perfect. Of course, the higher floors thing will one-shot you. That's fine. The problem is that early floors for Eureka Orthos sucked. They were not fun, especially not for new people. So far, even if you wiped on floor 98, you'd need to restart at the beginning because it was a challenge. Party chaos. In Pilgrim's Traverse, you will additionally be able to try again from floors 31, 51, 71. Yes. Yes. Good. Good. Yes. Yes. Good. Good, yes. This is going to get a lot more people to play. Or at least, more accurately, I don't think these changes are going to get more people to try Deep Dungeons as much as it will get more people who try Deep Dungeons to stick with Deep Dungeons.
いう形になってます。こうすることで、マッチングで結構奥の方まで挑んで、パーティー募集をかけて、今日こそ71層まで到達するパーティーを組みませんかみたいな。そうね。なんかいろんなちょっと遊び方をしていただきたいなと。
Here's the reality. The people who already do this hardcore, this makes no difference to them. The people who bounce off of Deep Dungeons because they're frustrating, this will be a big difference. This will help get people who are this will get people to go try going past floor 30, and will get more people to at least clear floor 100 at some point without it sucking, which is more likely to get those people to stick around and do more and get more and more into deep dungeoning. This is a good change. Shy, thank you for the $20. Or from CA. Thanks again for keeping us with Live Letter. Anytime, as long as it was. I was fun hanging out with you guys. Take care. Bye-bye. And still do not care about Kaiten. Have a great one, Shy. Thanks so much. What did Laffy say about... I don't see a Laffy message. We wanted to keep a few floor sets tied together. That's why the checkpoints are at 31, 51, 71. This allows for a slow bit-by-bit progress as well. Yeah. I just need more clears for Eureka Orthos for the mount, but I might make my solo clear unless I help people help out. Yeah. Soloing Eureka Orthos to floor 30 for the story scared me, so I'm glad for more Heaven on High changes early. Yeah, it's also just like, even if it doesn't end up scaring you, Eureka Orthos was a slog. Early on. If its early floors were like Heaven on High, it would have been great. This is I think going to be much better. Beating the floor 99 boss and reaching floor 100 where you can take screenshots has not changed. So for those of you who don't know, floor 100 is the final floor. The final boss is actually on floor 99. If you fall to the boss on floor 99, you will try again from 71 instead of going all the way back like you used to. Yeah, floors 1 to 20 in Eureka Orthos. Everything in there has so much health. It's not even hard, but it just takes a bunch of time and it's boring, and also but then also you can't fully like chill out because there are things that will just one-shot you. So you have to both be on the ball, but also the ball is boring. I still haven't done Eureka Orthos because my party wiped at floor 81 and was reset back to 21, and we said screw it and stop playing. I will say, if they retroactively add these restarts to the old ones, we're definitely going to do a lot more T events for Deep Dungeons, for all of them. We'll try to get everyone their clears. For Pilgrim's Traverse, we'll be adding a new duty that allows players to directly challenge the floor 99 boss as often as they like. That is a great idea. I wonder if you'll have had to have beat it first, though. Either way, I think having people get to practice on it is a great idea. Partially also because being able to... Honestly, I wish they would just add it for all the bosses that you could practice on all of them. So that way, when you want to go to solo clears, you can have it all practiced, have it all down, and then go for it. I mean, usually the last boss is the biggest hurdle, or one of them. So... Unlike a story. Wiping to the boss on floor 99 and having to restart feels bad, so we're adding this option to just fight the floor 99 boss. It will drop some rewards, and it's a way of practice. If you fight just it, it will drop rewards. It's at least some rewards. That's interesting. So you can just fight it a whole bunch. It doesn't count as reaching floor 100, but it allows you to practice the last boss and re-entering at 71. The other reason that this is good is it allows them to make the boss harder without it feeling like bullshit. Because you can practice it, you can have it down so that when you get to it, you're ready. This is a great tool. This is good. No new news. I am so curious to see if the Pilgrim's Traverse is something that a lot more people play. Or at least, I don't know that a lot more people will try the Pilgrim's Traverse. I think a lot more people will stick with it, though. 'Cause a lot of people tried Eureka Orthos, and not a lot of people stuck with it. Also, friendly reminder, this will not be out for 2 months. Pilgrim's Traverse won't be out until probably mid-December. That is when you should expect, like, early or mid-October, not December. Early or mid-October is when you should expect this to be out. It is in the 7.35, not the 7.3. They have not said much about the story, Levi. They mentioned the Mesoterminal dungeon, but they have not said a lot because there's not a lot they can say that isn't huge spoilers. It's going to be longer than the other 2 patches, and it's going to be a hell of a time. But they're not going to talk too much about it. Yes, the new Fairy King. Yes, correct. Nilandia. They said the new Fairy King, which is Feoul, is the one who summoned us. Yes, correct. I really like EO. Personally, it's the first deep dungeon I went to the challenge floors of. There are a lot of things I like about EO, Eureka Orthos, but the things I don't like, I very much don't like. I feel you on that. You might think this means the boss is really difficult, but I'd say it's about a boss 3 of a dungeon. A little bit, plus a little bit. So he's just saying it's basically the final boss, the 99 boss for this is like a slightly harder dungeon boss. Slightly harder final dungeon boss. Which, okay, that shouldn't be too bad at all then. So please think of it reaching floor 99 as another checkpoint because it opens up to practice fight. I will also show you the extra fight that unlocks. That is haunting. It's like a being of darkness and a sin eater combined too, because you see the crystals of darkness and the void crystals of light. This is like a void scent and a sin eater combined into one entity. Did like a void scent consume a sin eater, or what the frack happened here? When a sin eater and a void scent love each other very much. Oh, hello, Songbird. She does look like kind of like it. That's true. She does kind of look like an Aura. It's got the scales. Yeah. Oh boy. The final verse. I'd rather not ask. Can we just cast exit on that thing and get out of the game? Hello, Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. Consumer of gods. Imagine this is what happens when Ranjit's dad the first time they kill the warden. That's I mean, yeah, no, you're not entirely, you may not be entirely wrong, Yukio. We know that well, no, because he would have been infused with the energies of a light warden, and that energy must have already been taken elsewhere. Although, if he has the energies of a light warden, it's counterbalanced by that of darkness. I guess this is what extreme astrality and extreme umbrality exist as, not in balance, but in diametric opposition, but existent in one entity at the same time. Challenge with a party of 1 to 4 members. Daughters of the Dark God, yeah. I do appreciate that they reused the Zeromus, not model, rig. Valuable rewards may drop on rare occasions. Okay, so there are incentives to fight it a bunch. But can you fight it from the duty roulette? I'm very much assuming you can't use the duty finder. Yeah, well, of course you can solo it, Paul, because it's going to be the floor 99 boss, so you would have to be able to solo it, otherwise you couldn't solo clear all 100 floors, right? Imagine Ranjit Dad became the Light Warden of Calusia, and then Mitselk later imbued that into Vault 3. That's my assumption, Luna, that he claimed the light of that being and then put it into Vault 3. That would be my assumption. The other possibility is that light was sealed elsewhere somehow, and that some amount of refulgent light was gained by Vault 3 and then put into Vault 3. But I think I suspect you're right. Your supposition there is right. Luminous oil can be exchanged for rewards. Piece of Blessed Horde. Luminous oil 8. Pieces of Blessed Horde. Oh, you get Blessed Horde. Or interesting. Since we're adding the matching queue feature, we wanted to add incentives. There will be rewards from your weekly log. Oh, interesting. So there's reasons to do the majority of the floors once a week. That's smart. They really need to retroactively add these incentives for Heaven on High, Palace of the Dead. Also, the other thing is that adding these incentives allows people to work on getting hordes throughout for the achievements. Oh, I'm assuming and hoping Blessed Hordes count towards the Accursed Horde achievement, because otherwise I'm going to be pissed. I appreciate Zeromus Rig. For the love of God, don't let this thing use the rib cleave attack. Yeah, it says you talk to an NPC in array. What I'm hoping is that you can also do it. Because technically, there's a lot of NPCs you talk to do stuff that's in the Duty Finder. My hope is that it's also in the Duty Finder. I do not think it will be also in the Duty Finder. Yeah, Amara, we'll definitely have some Pilgrim's Traverse, especially with a lot of these changes. We'll have Pilgrim Traverse. I don't know if we'll do like an unofficial Monday Pilgrim Traverse days or Sundays or something, because those are the days that are all open currently. But we'll do some. We'll have something set up, especially if there are those of you out there willing to help some people on a weekly basis. There will be rewards from your weekly log. There are many rewards. Some are sellable on the market board as well. The rewards here are the highest level hordes. We thought that's fine because it's a weekly reward. Yeah. Are the highest level hordes. Okay. No, I think this is a good thing. This is a good incentive to make people interested in at least doing more of it. These are good changes. How many calories in a meal? Is there anything set up for this Sunday? Not currently. We could do an impromptu tombstone farm. I know I have a lot of work to do. I need to make a video that's I'm gonna be analyzing the trailer. That'll probably, I don't know if it'll go out tomorrow. If I have time, it'll go out tomorrow. But it will be out this weekend or tomorrow. But yeah, no, these sorts of changes to Pilgrim's Traverse are also, I think, forward thinking in the exact thing that Yoshi-P was just talking about. My hope is, and a big thing that's important, is that they need to make sure they're retroactively fixing or adding these changes, because otherwise it's an issue of people playing most of the game still having that problem and then getting caught up. I mean, how many of you guys are like, oh, don't worry about Realm Reborn, this is fixed in Shadowbringers. Then you get Shadowbringers, like, don't worry about the thing in Shadowbringers, it's fixed in Endwalker. You know, it's stuff like that. It's like like normal coils, as an example. Levi, we can definitely, if not get you something going on Sunday, we can get you some people to do a Cult Crescent with, for sure. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Yoshi-P is pulling up. This is one of the rewards that you can expect to get. Hey, it's the mount. Oh, it's so pretty. I know it's just an Andon recolor, but it's still so good. Oh, actually, oh, interesting. Why is he covering? Oh, he's trying to cover up his inventory because he doesn't want us to see some of the other or mounts or something. Oh, actually, give me a second. Did he show something he shouldn't have just there? It looks like a fast right. First right. Right. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Chandelier. Yep. Oh, it's a chandelier of the first light religion. That's such a weirdly specific thing, but also that's kind of rad. I love it. So if you ever wanted to be that fucking, what is that fucking song? Oh, I just saw what's coming next. I'm so sorry for some of you. Okay, that's fucking rad. I knew it. I knew they were gonna do the freaking hoverboard from Occult Crescent as one of the bouts. I'm so sorry, Laffy. I'm so sorry. To all those tanks who have been stuck in M6 hell, it's the boy. Des, good to see, glad to have you. What a perfect time to arrive. I'm very curious how to get that. Yoshi B just says, this one is scary. Now you two can traumatize your friends. A face of mercy. It's too late to run, just fear. Yeah, V, you came in at a perfect time. Maybe hunt marks? I would guess hunt marks. I think what is yeah, you can imagine that it's either comes from the nuts. I could also imagine it being from the gatherers mount. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be riding. I'm gonna get that mount. I'm gonna get that mount. Elio, is there somewhere I can see a pics of all the glam showed off? Yeah. Here, let me see if I can just link this. I linked you a link, Levi. That you should be able to use to be able to like go to the it has all the images. Wondrous Tales potentially. Wondrous Tales. Yeah. Or I assume you mean like Unreal, like faux hollows. Imagine that the new S rank is put in the game. Somehow the beast came from another land. Just please chase it back. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Some of the mounts I showed are from the deep dungeon, and they can also drop by finding hidden treasure. I assume that the chandelier, the Andin, and the mushroom boy are definitely from the thing. The Yan and the hoverboard, I'm assuming aren't. The hoverboard, I bet you money is from the new Cosmic Exploration for obvious reasons. And then the Yan, I bet you will either be from hunt marks or from the gathering mount tokens. Speaking of, if you haven't, gathering a bunch of mount tokens right now, especially if you gather 100 of them, so you can either get your mount or sell them all at patch, good idea. You will make a lot of money. It'd be in living memory. I need equal opportunity trauma here. Where's the gimme cat mount? Where the Jabberwock? I mean, to be fair, the cat is showing up in the treasure dungeon desk, so. Oh, Yoshi P's laughing at something. Went to get myself a peppermint tea, saw the mounts. I need something stronger now. New minion. Let me catch up. It's a fucking it's a fucking ghost. Fucking. Oh my god. Beaver. It's a ghost. It's a light. Oh my god, it's a sin eater beaver. It's a sin eater beaver. It's a sin eater beaver. Oh my god. A sin beaver, if you will. Shadow Kashikara. Oh my god. It literally is Shin Biva. It literally is Sin Beaver. Grim. Biba Grim Tora Buzz. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so good. I love that. So, yeah, we're gonna be doing some Pilgrim's Traverse. V, you ready to No Life Pilgrim's Traverse with me? 10 bucks Koji pitched that. I don't know, some of their other localization team has plenty of sense of humor. Okay, Yoshibia says more to say about the contents type stuff. Final verse Quantum. Ooh. So, okay, they said they were going to do like an extreme. Why does it have a different name? Is it because it's not a normal, because it's a 4-man? A mysterious creature from the Pilgrim's Traverse. What happens when a Sin Eater and a giant beaver meet? Which one becomes which? There are many mysteries in this world, if you think about it, and this minion shows that. That's what. So what happens when a Sin Eater and a beaver meet? That's how you get the Sin Beaver. Not this thing. This thing has nothing to do with the Sin Beaver. To be very clear. Okay. So, use the offerings rewarded from the quest unlocked by reaching floor 100 to enter the final verse Quantum. So this is basically an extreme version of the fight, but I think it's still 1 to 4 man. They noted that they were going to do something like this in last live letter. Yo, you need to use the clear items to get in. Yes. So in order to do the extreme version, you do need to have cleared the floor level 100. Which, I mean, you need to have cleared level 99 in order to do it anyways. My guess is you will get you get more offerings by clearing it, so there's incentive to clear 1 to 100 multiple times, which is a smart idea to get people to like do it more and play with other people. Offerings will be consumed only upon successfully defeating the boss. Chef's kiss. Eminent grief and opening the treasure coffer that appears. Cool. This is smart. So why do you even need these offerings? There are 5 different offerings. It doesn't matter which, but you need 15 in total. Interesting. You can challenge this with a party of 4 members. Okay, so it has to be 4. Party Finder can be used for this. Interesting. You'll get 8 each, total 40 when you clear the floor 100 quest. So you'll get 40. So you'll be able to run this at least 2 times to completion after going through 1 to 100 the first time. At least 15 offerings are required to challenge the final verse Quantum. I wonder if using different ones causes more likelihood for different rewards. Because if so, that's a smart idea. Because then you can like push it towards what you're looking for. Upon completion of the aforementioned quest, players will obtain 40 offerings. So that's completed the quest. So I don't know how many you will get each time you complete a run up to the floor 100, but you'll at least get 40 from the first time you complete the quest. My question is 15 offerings are required. Are they 15 offerings per person? Because if not, you could ostensibly, I mean, you would have, what, 160 collectively between 4 people? Because if it's 15 each, then it's still only 2 runs, but... More offerings can be found by unearthing pieces of the accursed hoard. Okay, and precursed hoard and Pilgrim's Traverse can be traded via market board. Oh, and they can be traded via market board. So people who want to go hard can buy it from people who don't care. So even if you complete the quest and are like, I don't want to do Quantum, you can sell all 40 of your offerings to the people who want to be running it. I know that I'd love to. I love this because even if I don't want to run the Pilgrim's Traverse a whole bunch more, I would love just more, like a 4-man extreme I can do a whole bunch of. Fuck yes. Sacramental Sprites, Sacramental Spices, Sacramental Grain, Sacramental Light, Sacramental Lilies. But do they have a difference in what they do? Up to 8 of each type can be used for a total of 40 offerings at once. Okay, so you can do 8 of each type. So up to 40 the first time. Okay, so it must be at least 15, but up to 40. So 15 to just be able to try 40. So I'm assuming they affect the rewards.
最低必要なのは15だと思ってください。なのに40個まで入れられますよと。それはなぜ？なぜだと。捧げる供物の種類と数。
Depending on the types and numbers of offering used, the boss's stats such as HP and damage dealt will increase. But I'm assuming corresponding rewards too. Okay. Okay.
例えば3個ずつ。15個さを出そうぜっていう時に。
The players can adjust the stats based on the offerings they handed in. My question is like, why does the distinction between light, dark, and fire matter? I'm sure mechanically there's a bunch of reasons why, but it's like, from a player perspective, in theory, it shouldn't be. I mean, I guess you could decide, hey, I'm gonna go full boost light damage and then not worry if I get hit by a dark mechanic or prioritize getting hit by dark. So if you feel like your weakness is DPS, maybe you don't want to increase the boss's HP, but instead make their light damage stronger. Okay.
攻撃と闇属性攻撃、非属性攻撃、物理、まあだからとってうちはもうその最大 HP 上がる供物マックスまで入れて、他を入れずに、他を最低限にしようぜみたいな。
Shadow Grim, there's a phase in M6S that's an ad phase where a bunch of creatures get summoned and people really struggle with it, partly because a lot of people aren't used to tanking ad phases, and partly also because there's a bunch of different reasons. And so it is also, it's tight and it's hard. And but so Jan, that ram is like a horrible, like there's many a tank and many a prog group who has been stuck on M6S now for months, hard stuck on it because of it. Yeah, or you can just max it all out. But my question is why would you want to? And I'm assuming he's going to say Jan the Devastator. I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me. Consider it this way, Jan tank busters 150% of the time. My group struggles for the longest time was nobody knew how Dark's invuln worked. They kept healing me through it. So they didn't let it go off until you didn't die. Oh man, people don't know how to deal with people. More people need to tank so they understand tanks. Additionally, boss mechanics will change in accordance with the total number of offerings made. We thought it was boring if we just changed stats, so mechanics will also change based on what you... So if you increase his light damage, it's going to change the mechanics. It's not just the damage, the numbers itself. It also will affect the mechanics. Experiment with different combinations to find the difficulty that works for you, and explore everything the battle has to offer. Okay, but Yoshi P, you forgot to explain if there's any sort of incentive to do so. Like, why max it out? Why not just do 15? Why do 40? How can you play? Oh, Infinite, my sweet summer child. There are so many people in Savage Statics that don't fundamentally understand how other jobs work outside of their own, or at least their role. That is just... Once you clear 100, you're getting 40 offerings. Please just give this a try afterwards. You're not losing the offerings unless you clear and get the rewards anyways. So there's no reason to not try different offering combinations, because you will not lose them until you get the clear. So like, if you all wanted to go 40 right away and just see what happens, you can. And there's kind of not a reason not to. And if you see you can clear with 15 offerings and feel like you can do it, why not try for with a few more? I mean, you're right. Maybe it is just achievements, but like, I guess I'm torn. On the one hand, I would like there to be like, hey, if you go harder, you get better rewards. But on the other hand, it's like it's kind of punishing people who are of a certain skill level, and might struggle with 40 but could do it with 15. Yeah, no, I think maybe I feel like maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying which offerings change which stat just yet, but the buffs on the boss will show. Maybe a greater. Maybe that's what I would have expected in Alandia, that it would have changed like the drops, but they haven't mentioned that at all. If so, neat titles. Yeah, I mean titles I think are a good enough reason because it incentivizes to try it at least once, and then you don't have to worry about feeling like if you're not doing 40, you're not doing it right. And then even if you're someone who likes a challenge, you can do it anyways, or if you're just there for the rewards, then you just do 15 and only 15, and then, yeah. I mean, that all said, I'm sure he's about to say, actually, the rewards will be buffed. And since difficulty changes, this will also impact the rewards! Don't clip that. The higher difficulty, the more rewards, he says. Specifically, the higher the difficulty, the more rewards there will be. God damn it.
最大40個、1個戻ってもらっていいですか？この最大マックス40の供物を捧げて倒した場合に得られるのは、ここでいやまあその報酬最大
Elliot, what weather will we have tomorrow? Cloudy with a chance of rain.
称号です。なので名誉です。ここは。なので、報酬のためにここを目指すってことではないので、それぞれにご自身に合ったところで、まあもちろん突破したんで少しずつ段階上げていこうぜとかは全然ありなので、
Cloudy with a chance of yawn.
していただけたらなと思ってます。一応、
boy.
これはもう全員ではないからなんですけど、さっき尖りは必要ってお話ちょっと冒頭したんですけど。40個突っ込んだときは、霊式4層よりは全然難しいです。おっと、なるほど。なるほど。そうか、アチーブメントがもらえるだけのこと。
Sun, sun, and more sun. Hare, 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 hare.
ぐらいなので、やっぱりそれ以上にある絶とは。
With 40 offerings, this is more difficult than the 4th floor of a savage fight. Holy shit! With 40 offerings, this fight is more difficult than the 4th floor of a savage fight. It's effectively, what he's saying then, approaching a 4-man ultimate. The fight length is shorter, but some of the mechanics with 40 offerings will be ultimate level. This sounds right up my alley. V, let's get 2 friends. This sounds fun. Oh, and he even says there's even enough of a challenge to have perhaps a race? I mean, Paul, everything they're saying is literally that I think they learned their lessons from Eureka Orthos and recent lessons about making sure that things are available to everyone and can be a good time. I think we have at least 2 friends. And if you clear with 40 offerings, you get a title. Good on you guys. Additionally, boss mechanics, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. We already had what was essentially a 4-man gauntlet on par with Ultimate with Savage Criterions. Well, yeah, I guess the Gauntlet, Savage, Criterion, we have to do them in a row. Sure, yeah, that's fair. This sounds more like Criterion, Savage, Big Bro. Yeah. I think the idea here was that, like, the thing is that the Gauntlet right there, the challenge for Criterion Savage is do it all right over a long enough period. I think the idea with this one is it's shorter, but way harder, which to me, and dude, shorter but harder and with fewer people is, yes, good, thank you. A little more of that would be nice for me. We're working on criterion for 7.4. Hey! Variant dungeon in 7.4. 7.4 will have a variant dungeon. Fucking called it. Told you there would be one. Well, I told you there would likely be one, but not for sure. But yes, 7.4 will have a variant dungeon. And it's going to be Movalopolis. Double Brooms! Oh no, it's Movalopolis. We're getting Marble Brooms. It's Marble time. We're trying to improve the possibilities for different playstyles of our players. Like what they should do is make Criterion a little easier and make Criterion Savage a little harder. Like I think would be one thing. If they make Criterion just a little more accessible and make Criterion Savage a little harder and not just be like just the gauntlet, but like have more going on, I think you'd have then all the steps. You'd have like very like softcore, midcore, and hardcore for all the different stuff. He keeps getting it right. He can't keep getting away with it. If we add 10 types of content, I hope players can find 7 things to do. That is my goal. So he's saying that he not only wants to add more content, but he wants to make more of the content, more things that more people want to do. So for instance, it's not just he wants to add a bunch of new content. He wants the content that comes out to have it so that it's less bifurcation. So it's not, oh, we create four pieces of content and one kind of person does 2 and the other person does the other 2, but more things where there's a lot of overlap, which I think is the right long-term choice. Of course, I understand when the feedback is why now, too slow, but we also need to start somewhere and it takes time. Yeah. Piece of the Blessed Horde, but more on the Hordes. This wasn't everything yet. The final verse, occasional drops. Okay, so you can get pieces of Blessed Horde from the final verse. The final verse, Quantum, guaranteed drops proportionate to the number of offerings made. So if you put in 15, you could get like 1. If you get 40, you get like 5. It doesn't say specifically. But. Bearclaw, good to glad to have you. As someone who just woke up, what is Pilgrim's Traverse? It is the new deep dungeon that will be coming out in 7.35, so in the middle of October to early October. And it seems like it's going to be rad as hell, and on top of that, there are a lot of changes they're making to it to make it much more accessible and enjoyable for all players and longer lasting without just adding bullshit. Challenge log rewarded each week by reaching specific areas. Yep. It just hit me. It's not a cursed horde anymore. It's Blessed Horde. So, based off of some of the language they said, I think a cursed horde will drop. Blessed Horde is a separate thing. That is my impression based off of some of the other. That a cursed horde won't go away. This is a separate thing on top of that. I don't know for sure I'm right. Don't take me as gospel truth on that one, but that seems to be my impression. Here, let me scroll back up. Let me see if I can find the comment I was talking about. I'm waiting for translations. There's not any currently. I'm looking to see if I can find. I know there was a comment about a cursed horde back up. Okay. The weekly login rewards allow you to have a better overview of how many rewards you're getting for X amount of time spent, and I think this will help players. Yeah, so you're incentivized to at least do it's not even just a pity, but it's like you will baseline get this for this work, and on top of that, anything you get is nice and enjoyable. You have a baseline of what you're gonna get. As with previous Deep Dungeons, completing Pilgrim's Traverse solo will grant an achievement and a title. There will also be a ranking board. Reaching floor 100 will be as difficult to achieve as previous Deep Dungeons, which is to say, soloing any Deep Dungeon is very doable. It is a challenge. There is an element of luck, but you can mitigate that a lot with all your preparation and understanding the mechanics. It's something super worth doing. It will take you some time, but it is easily something you could do in a couple of weeks without going super hardcore. Assuming that you were starting from complete scratch and like didn't have 100 armor and stuff. But like it's really not something that's insane. The solo rankings require you start on floor 1, and we know how many players enjoy this a lot, so we didn't want to remove this idea. I have mentioned of the Accursed Horde as a source for getting offerings. Thank you. That was what I was looking for. Thank you, Nolandia. Yeah. So there is a mention of Accursed Hordes outside of Blessed Hordes. Sorry for making this so long, but if it's interested in a few players into a challenge, I'd be happy. Now we're going in-game. So he's saying, yeah, if any of this is interested you in at least even trying to do Pilgrim's Traverse and Deep Dungeons, that would make Yoshi P very happy. Yeah, you got your solo clear. That's the thing, it really is doable. There's a lot of resources, a lot of people willing to help. If it's something that interests you at all, and learning to do it can be a lot of fun. You know, one of these days I need to finish Palace of the Dead to try the other Deep Dungeons. Yeah, if you need, right now, if you join either in Party Finders or talk to people, a lot of people are running Deep Dungeons 1 to 50 to help people be able to do the other ones. A lot of people doing that right now. Okay, so this is Northern Ilmeg. Oh, okay. So you talk to the Fwa and okay, this is in over in the Amaro town, and this is where you're able to unlock the Pilgrim's Traverse. Oh, this is a thing that a lot of people don't know about, and I cannot recommend highly enough. If you right click, left click, if you go to the top of most menu bars and you right or left click them, you can change their size. You can scale them anywhere from 60% to 200%. And boy, is that helpful with some of the menus. They are going to hurt you emotionally again. Yes, Des. It is impossible not to. This is the UI, and other content that I showed you earlier, like the boss fights, will also appear in this UI. So it's the standard Deep Dungeon UI. Nothing crazy. On controller, it is clicking with the right stick. Thank you, Bear. This is solo party versus, or this is private party versus matchmaking party. He's like, you're gonna do it alone? Okay. Sugoi, that's amazing. Yeah, that is also an option, Byron.
これ確か目がうつろなのが多いですよね。お、しました。
Looks like we got new music.
で、今までディープダンジョン、未経験の方はこのメニューもご存知ないかと思うんですけど、ここにイクイプメント書かれてるのが今の 装備させてもらってる巻き装備の武器、防具の強さを示します。ここ宝箱開けて強化されるとプラス1とか。
No new interesting translations.
このスペシャルアイテムっていうのは
Really, honestly, this is just explaining deep dungeons. There's nothing particularly novel here. Remember also that you can level through doing this. If you have any jobs that are level 91, you can use them in this, and we'll be able to get XP with that. And it'll be a pretty decent way. It'd be comparable to probably past deep dungeons. Manifester, good to see you. Glad to have you.
これ第一層ですけど、はい、いけますので。で、こういう宝箱があるので、つけます。で、そうすると、はい。
Oh, interesting. Are those always going to be there? You start out at the very beginning, have access to a couple Pomanders? That's interesting. As for anyone who is new to Deep Dungeons, the equipment tab in the UI will show you the strength of your gear. The special items will show things from treasure boxes. Give me a second. Ah, a fortune Pomander. So I'll be more lucky. That's a fortune Pomander there. It looks like if you start out with these, that means that you start out with three Pomanders. That's not nothing. And an intuition, which will show you hidden treasure.
普段はそこの上で立ち止まらないと、偶然立ち止まって発見されるんですけど、これを使っておくと次の財宝発見まで、光の柱が立ってるので分かるようになります。まあこう使っておく。
Oh no, there were only 2 chests. Okay, so 2. Okay, so that's the return. Oh, hey, you can see the accursed horde right over there. But yeah, this is basically this is deep dungeons. I wouldn't expect the first floor to be particularly any different than past floors. What's behind your screen? Oh, the juniper incense. I see. Honestly, because he's going to be showing this and there's not a lot to say about it, let's take a second. We can. So there were 3 chests. I missed the juniper incense. Am I crazy? Okay, no, there were only 2 chests. Oh, I see. The juniper incense here. I missed that. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Juniper. Well, juniper are floral. If it's an incense, I bet you it would summon Feoul or other of the. I bet you what they'll do is those will summon like powerful Floth or the pixies or something. I bet you it'll summon strong members of the Fae. Night, Des. I think it'll be a good time. Oh, you got hit by the debuffs. Treasure found. He found an accursed horde. Not really anything crazy. Actually, let me just make sure that it's an accursed horde. Yep. Okay. Yep. There are accursed horde. Summon Fae with a gun. We already did that during last expansion. Her name was Tatis. It's best to walk along the edges of the room. This is just general. A lot of statistically, you're better walking along the edges of a room rather than through the center, as you're more likely to hit traps. And also catch the aggro of enemies that you didn't necessarily have to catch. These enemies are already dying a lot faster. I mean, he doesn't even have any pool, and he's doing it solo. That's already going a lot faster than Eureka Ortho's early levels were. And now he's got 1+1 armor. Also, keep a fair enough space between you and other party members so you don't trap someone else if you step on it. Yeah. Good advice. These blue treasure chests can enhance your gear. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this so far is just explaining the basics of Deep Dungeon. Feels like a POD starting level. I mean, it also reminds me of Heaven on High starting level, which according to them was their goal with the early levels, so. But if you walk in the center, you can actually run into landmines and blow your party's DPS face off, Elio. If Infinite stops sounding like a Lalafell, you Lalafell. Could it be that the mobs health scaled to the number of PCs? No. That's not, no. The Deep Dungeons don't scale based on party. Like, the whole point of doing solo is in part because of that. If I'm wrong, someone can correct me, but I am extremely confident about that. I just think simply like this is the difficult level. That this is what floor 1 without any pool level should be like. Full level. Yeah, and the max enhancement is plus 99, for those who don't know.
所詮3層分ぐらいなんですよ。まあ3層ぐらい振らないと。
Yoshi-P, it's like there's an invisible GM that places traps in front of me. That'd be really funny if there was like one of the devs just putting traps in front of it. Yoshi-P.
まあそれもこういう装備強化稼ぎとか仮想でやってる分にはね、全然気楽ですよ。そうですね。で、そっか、そんなもんかっていうのが分かったら、マッチングも気軽になりますから。そうですね。もう低層なんてガンガンその回してもいいですし、はい、パーティー募集でね、巻き強化パーティー募集みたいな。ぐるぐる固定を組んじゃって一回回しましょうみたいな。でも全然ありですから。で、10層ごとにマッチングがね、パーティー解散して、次々っていう感じで。
Oh, yeah, this is interesting. Having double chests like that. That's curious. It's not a pretty. They don't usually spawn like that in. Foxconn, and once you see what kind of content it is by doing the early floor solo, maybe joining the queues also becomes easier. Yoshi-P, these traps scare me. It'd be hilarious if he gets wiped before the first boss. Unless he uses console commands, I'd be surprised if he intends to actually play through the whole of, like, on his current pace, he was going to be doing this for at least 30 minutes if he's going to just play through all of them, if not more.
これでレベルが今上がったので、92ですね。突入は91。はい。まあでもレベルによってやっぱアクションはこうやって解放されていきますけど、まあ重要なのはこの巻き装備の方なんで、こっちをまあきっちりと。
He's just talking about the stat boosts coming from your gear because all your abilities are the same. These rooms do look great. Yeah, no, the Ilmeg aesthetic. And especially with Dawn Trail, I remember when they were at FanFest for Dawn Trail, one of the images they showed off for the graphics update was Titania's room. So like the stained glass and the light coming through it looks so much better now than it did during Shadowbringers and Random Walker. But. Man, it is so funny how much like I feel like most of us have been like, yeah, the game always looked like this. And if you actually go back and like look at footage of like pre-Dawn Trail, you're like, oh no, actually this is a lot better. Especially some things like volumetric fog and Aetherites. Oh my god, Aetherites look so much better. It's painful how much better they look. And also like some things like Prish's outfit. I know I talked about it earlier in the stream, but Prish's outfit in particular, the metals, the gems, the texture of the cloth is crazy. Like is better than a lot of things that even came out of like the MSQ for Dawn Trail. Not sure what's up with that precisely. You do not have to floor 30 or something. You end up going to Meringue and Calusa. You start seeing other plate locales, or something like that, based off what we saw with the boy. Volatives. Cause a variety of effects to be produced in the subsequent floor, both positive and negative. Players may be transformed into powerful monsters, regain may be applied to all party members, the map may be hidden, the number of traps may be increased, etc. Man, this reminds me of Dark Cloud, the like little thingy-maboopers on the floor. Weirdly specific. Oh, did I blip? Let me know if everything's good. Let me, we're good? Can I get confirmation that we're good? Everybody can hear me? My phone might be overheating a little bit. But yeah, so these little sconces, these chandeliers are modifiers basically that will give you random effects. They're basically like pomanders, but you kind of are rolling a risk when you use them, that it doesn't make things worse, which I think this is honestly, I'm surprised this wasn't already more of a common thing. There's a game called Dark Cloud, and it's a sort of dungeon diving game, and it has a bunch of things like these on the floor throughout it. Kirei da ne. They're just saying it's pretty. Go, Yoshi P. Waddle your way to victory. There is no way to not. Just, like, the Lalafell run cycle is just a waddle. If you enjoyed the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. We've got all sorts of community events and plenty of people would love to socialize and make friends with you and help you out in all manner of things that you need help with. Oh, bummer. Oh wait, no, that was better. Wait, oh, so you can't use items for that floor. Oh yeah, you can't use items for that floor. We like food, Elliot. Oop, this like button. But now, I thought Dark Cloud was a golf game with the dungeon diving being secondary. No, it's a Sim City builder with dungeon diving being secondary. Very, very different. Does he really intend to just play through? I mean, look, I'm not going to complain necessarily, but I am just surprised because it's like... I guess... Here's the thing. Most people who are watching this have done a deep dungeon before. Because the people who watch live letters self-select for the people who are most interested in the game. And one would assume the majority of those people have done a deep dungeon or know that they have no interest in doing a deep dungeon. So it is interesting to show this off in such detail. Can't just hit the power button on my laptop. Oh yeah, okay, he does have a next command. Okay, see, this was yeah, he just gave himself all the stuff. Yeah, he does. Yeah, yep. He is just going to go to the next floor. He's just got a next button. Looks like we're gonna see the Juniper incense potentially. Oh, it looks like the Karibo is different as usual. How it's different between these two are at least new. And then the Juniper incense. Juniper no. I'm assuming that they're gonna say you different magics of Feul or something.
3種類。
3種類。
ジュニパー。あ、そうですね。はい。
I think you just turn on invulnerability.
はい。何が起こるやら。
I forgot, did we turn into... What did we turn into, Orthos? I'm blanking real... Too short to Lalafell. And let me guess, summons... Oh, yep, summon my tiny Feoul. Interesting. Okay, so she just... Feoul just follows you around. What does she do? Does she just fight for you? I feel demi-clones versus floor clears. I think demi-clones are rad. I think there's pros and cons in both cases. I like demi-clones. I like floor clears. Both of them are good. They just have different... They're good for different reasons. I would like demi-clones so much more if the enemies in Eureka Orthos were not hit sponges. I'm guessing these... Okay, so this is a full floor clear, Titania. Yeah, one of them is going to be a floor clear, I bet. Yep. So one of them is effectively a Magicite. One of them summons a... I don't know if it's demi-clone, but it is basically a ally Feoul, which also makes sense because that ally Feoul, if it works like in a support or damaging function, makes sense to save that one because that would be useful for bosses in a way that the clear wouldn't be. Demi-clones are better than floor clears, although I could see having a floor clear being a choice. Demi-clones are more interesting than floor clears, broadly speaking, but especially if you're running solo, floor clears can be better because in floor clears, when you're running solo, your biggest enemy is the clock. So having the ability to clear out a floor and go and get to the next floor when you're racing against the clock can be really handy, especially in tight specific situations. So it depends. Like demi-clones are better for bosses or like a bunch of specific circumstances, right? It just kind of depends, and can be more helpful for longer. Thank you, Feoul. Even the XP that one wiped the entire floor. Of course, monsters can respawn. The last one increased max HP. Okay, so the last one he used increased his max HP. Oh yeah, it's definitely more interesting, Pyron. Yeah, a floor clear is not that interesting. The only time it's interesting is solo runs when you're racing the clock, because debating when's best to use something becomes a very interesting push and pull. But mechanically, yeah, demi-clones are just more interesting than a clear in and of itself, 100%. And especially broadly speaking, and especially if you're doing 4-man content. Okay, Pomanders. Pomanders provide various benefits, such as deploying the entire map, current field, blah, 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 blah. Pomanders do the Pomander thing. Treasure coffers grant various things. The silver ones will increase your armor level. The bronze ones will have like items like the potions that you can use in Pilgrim's Traverse. Gold ones will contain Juniper, will contain Pomanders. Silver ones will typically be found in the silver one. Juniper will be generally found in the silver ones, if it's anything like the past ones. Odin is very fun, yeah, definitely. Not interesting, but fun.
ジャブジャブ出ますんで、まあ出ないときは特定のやつが欲しいけどなかなか出ないはあるんですけど、どんどん使ってってください。はい。あまり渋ってもね、しょうがないから。はい。
Yes, don't forget there's going to be new crafting equipment. Actually, they haven't mentioned the new craftable equipment at all. That's weird. I assume we have at least an hour left or something. That can't be the end because they have not touched on the crafting equipment. Because stained glass is pretty, Levi. Because stained glass is pretty.
忘れずにぜひ宝箱に向かってマップの中央をまっすぐ横切ったりするとさっきみたいなことがまあまあ起こります。はい。はい。でそれから窓機今ご紹介したね有利なアイテム窓機はこの宝箱に
Not so much an equivalent.
でそれからジェニパー
But especially talking about the Church of the First Light, you could think that there might be a certain amount of co-parallel situations.
名前だけじゃなくて
Not in a one-to-one corollary. They showed the new crafter gear. It's in the screenshot you linked to me.
関連しているのかという
That's not the new crafted gear.
はい。で、
That
紅葉の
those gears are from the maps for the dress and stuff, and then the other gear is from the Alliance raid.
進んで先ほどね
They have not talked about nor shown the crafted gear yet.
ジェニパーこれ
Crafter gear.
まあいろんな効果がありますのでぜひ
Powerful attack, support through the current floor. Yeah, so basically they're kind of doing the best of both worlds where they're making it so the Fea'ul both has floor clears and demi-clones. So, options.
我々はね彼女の若木なので
確かに
実は普段からあの子見てるんで
そうですね
姿こそ見せてないですけど、ほぼほぼ見られてると思った方が
To be clear, crafter gear.
そうなんですよ
The crafter gear. Like, if you are a crafter, that gear, we will be getting new gear in this patch.
はいはい次今
Illuminated aetherpool glass fragments can be exchanged for various items, including medical supplies for dungeons explorations and framers kits. Do not trade them in for dungeon medical supplies. You can usually just get those through the bronze chest.
積極的に集めてくださいね。はい。
So that's aetherpool glass fragments, and then the accursed horde will be how you get minions. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, it's a Fea'ul minion.
いろんなものございます。こちらも。
I thought it was going to be a Fea'ul mount. Yep, looks like a Fea'ul minion. Y'all dreams have come true.
これはね。
Oh my god, it's... oh my god. Lalafel's over here about to be a flaw.
ぜひ。はい、次。先ほどご紹介したアイテムを使ってですね埋もれた財宝を発見してましたけど、埋もれた財宝の中からはマウントやミニオンオーケストリオンフなどさまざまなアイテムが手に入ります、こちらもぜひ集めていただきたいと思います。なので紅葉の巻編の方が宝箱を開けてきゃガンガン集まるんですけど、こっちのマウントやミニオンオーケストリオンフ埋もれた財宝っていうのは積極的に見つけに行くっていう姿勢が大事になってきますので。
If you mean 6:29 a.m., we may be on different time schedules. But if you're talking about the, I think if you're talking about the ones I think you're talking about, that's the Alliance raid. I'm looking at the same thing. There are only two armors. There's the Alliance raid armor, the PvP armor, and the maps armor. That is the only things they have shown. I just double checked this.
フェは怒っていると。ミニオンにされていない。
そこ。
出ていないのだわ。
なるほど。
そう。冒険に行ってばっかりいて。
Yeah, the ones I'm looking at, if you're saying 7:29, that's not crafted. Oh no, you're right. That says no. Wait, what? You're right. It is. They didn't. That didn't come through. No. You're 1,000% right. I must have just been so involved in looking at it that I didn't pick that up. That they had said that. For the context, for the ones that I'm wrong about, the raven-looking stuff, the stuff that I called interpretation of Zidane, that is the crafter and gatherer gear, the blue raven-looking one. Thanks, Levi. Okay, I was told Fea'ul is angry and not that they haven't been turned into a minion yet, so we turned them into a minion. No. Thank you for being consistent. Thank you for correcting. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not gaslighting you. It's only gaslighting you if I knew you were right and still trying to make you believe I was right. I'm just completely wrong. That's it for the content updates, but there are a few more system updates. But let's take a break first. We're only pushing 50 minutes so far. Wait, what? What do you mean we're only pitching 50 minutes so far? Well, it's not like we have anything to do after this. Okay, so they're gonna take a break. Shall we go back and look at the trailer? Break until the 30. So they're breaking for 8 minutes. How many of you would love to be able to check and look at any line of dialogue that exists in the game? Like, you could type in a line of dialogue or a couple of words that, like, if you knew, like, oh, someone said something this one time, what was the whole thing? 'Cause there is this. It is called T-Tools. It is a thing that we have developed that you type in whatever you want. You can type in any piece of dialogue from the game, like, let's say, wandering min. Well, let's say, I don't know. Let's just type in butt. The word butt. And every example of butt in the game, you can also just specify by expansion, by whether you want to quest cutscenes. So, if you like trying to figure out text and dialogue in the game, check that out.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death.
There is no shame in being afraid. That very fear will drive you to conquer death.
Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity.
I am so interested to see Calix's underlying motivations in his actions, because I assume that they are just effectively what they are, but it's so humanity without being human, right? And I don't mean just in physical form, but I mean without the actions of compassion, but humanity as a practice, not even being practiced. I'm so curious how much Calix is just exactly what he seems like on the Tim.
With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality?
With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality? I mean, these are all the things that you would expect him to say, and to be especially motivating people to effectively upload themselves. But what is his idea of evolution? Effectively a gestalt entity into, or of memory and souls and entity into one thing that effectively is the next step in mankind, an eternal being inspired maybe by primals, especially with capacity for tempering or something like Zodiarch. And it's interesting that it's brilliance, like they make the point of brilliance in terms of defying mortality, and the darkness of mortality, treating like not just evil but like light and dark. It's very interesting. That female voice that we heard is just the Alexandria speaker system. So, like, you hear that throughout Dawn Trail 7.0, 7.1, and 7.2. It's just the speaker PA system of which Calix has control over. So, effectively, it's just him speaking through it in effect.
For the longest time.
I'm also very curious. This darkness effect that we see elsewhere from the others, they're like, it's happening inside the meso terminal, and it's like, why not you? Is this a power you only has access to into the meso terminal? What is so unique about his capacity to use this to like try and defeat them, and why wasn't it used prior?
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen's Fiend and the systems put in place by our forebears.
I would guess that this is probably boss 1. My guess with the meso terminal is you start going into the meso terminal, as you're going through it, you're having it fade in between these different places within the confines of probably Calix's memories. This is going to be boss 1 or 2. The boss 3 is going to be the like giant gelatin entity thing later on that looks kind of like Necron. This thing. I think this is probably going to be boss 3. And I think what this is the cutscene you get when you start the, not start the dungeon, get to the boss. Like when you get to the purple line for the boss. That, or this is something that's going to play after you defeat it, or tied to the MSQ. That is my guess. But I also think that this thing is going to either be the core of or part of what then becomes the trial itself. All something like Xenos, right? We fight Xenos, then we fight Shinryu, right? What's another good example? What's kind of a good example to this point? What's a dungeon that goes straight into from one thing to another? Heaven's Word. I mean, you fight Lahabrae and then that goes into... I mean, honestly, the Xenos into Shinryu would be the best thing. I'm getting shades of Yue Iwata, too. Oh, yeah, this guy definitely reminds me of Yue Iwata and kind of the way things went there, for sure. But this is from during the Storm Surge, I would assume, for a lot of different reasons. And this is probably people dealing with people who were suffering from Levin sickness.
But no more. Forebears protected by... For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen's Fiend and the systems put in place by our forebears. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own.
I wonder if that's meant to be heroic or not. I mean, on our own, I think is... I wonder if that's people rejecting it to join Calix's side, if in effect, if not, no... by being like, no, let's find a way forward, not under them, but like for ourselves. Or alternatively, it could be people finding a way forward for Alexandria's own future that isn't just content to, you know, want to live in its blissful ignorance.
But I'm weak.
I'm so curious, where did he who planted these and when? Are these the grave markers that he planted out here for Otis and for Zeralja? And what will Gululja do in the face of feeling so powerless and wanting strength in order to fight for the places and people he loves?
So weak.
This is the Dawn Trail main theme. You can hear Dawn Trail, Smile. You can hear both themes throughout it. And yeah, the thing is, the boss theme is that theme as well, so that's why you're hearing it remixed. Bum 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 bum.
For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered.
I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do.
I gave her my word!
This darkness is very interesting to me, where that's coming from and what that's meant to be for. Nope. Still not back. Well, actually, here, let me get till I've caught up, make sure that... Okay, nope.
I promised I would protect her people!
Bum 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 bum.
Behold the glory of the Zerat!
God, this is gonna be fun. Okay, they're back.
いかがしましょうか。
チャットバブル、引き出しチャットとかシステム系のお知らせをしていきたいと思って。
They do still have some announcements left to talk about.
ただまあちらほらね、
That's what he's saying.
ハウジングの進捗どうなのっていうコメントも見るので、ハウジングのまあ今2大要素。
Oh, he's got some housing comments to talk about.
増加とそれから宅内のミラプリでサイズを
I'm seeing comments about housing. I mean, to be fair, because you did say it was going to be coming out.
処理はほぼ目処が立つところまで来たんですけど、あとは高速化だけ残っているので、すいません、もうちょっとお時間をください。
They just need a little bit more time to make it right.
さすがに莫大な処理
is what he's
数
saying.
になってしまうので、
I'm curious if he means that he's going to be in the 0.35 or if it's going to be in the 0.4.
いただければと思います。はい。また進捗あり次第お伝えさせていただきます。はい。
but we will get TARDIS outing soon. Increased number of placed items or the interior upgrades. We're almost done, but we need a bit more time. I'm sorry. It's not clear what he said. He just says, like he just literally said a little bit more time. So I don't know if that means 3.5 or if that means 4.4. Also, why did we have this producer live letter on a Thursday? Yoshi P says, I need to go to Taiwan tomorrow.
そうですね。なのでちょっとはい今日木曜日やらせていただいて、はい明日行って週末帰ってきて、はいまたまあちょっと行ってる間もね仕事はしますけど、はいすいません。というのでちょっと木曜にさせていただいております。はいはい。でではいよいよシステム系なんで実系行こうと思うんですが。まあちょっとまずパワポからいきます。そうですね。はいはい。画面お願いします。パワポイント。
Hey, seeing more of the talking boxes. So here are some system updates, including the bubbles. Also, I love the colors that you can have on them. I wonder, is that per person? Is that just random? Is it based on like if you're in a party, it's like has that faded blue color? I think that's what's happening. This is someone doing shout chat. This is someone doing yell chat. This is someone doing party chat. I think that's what's going on here.
システムアップデートを説明してからやる。すごいな。
Come on, announce that you're doing more of the compression system. This is the time, Yoshi P. Surprise us. Let there be a delight. Let there be a joy. Let my ability to predict the future during this live letter continue.
失礼しました。じゃあパワポでずんどこうシステムアップデートまず紹介していきましょう。
いろいろございます。
はい。では一つ目。こちらはですね、本日
Blacklist improvements. They mentioned this. We talked about this at the top of the stream. They're tweaking the blacklist system to improve further, and they have an entire post on it over on the Lodestone if you go check it out.
さらなる内部的な強化をちょっとさせていただきますので、まあ一部ちょっとそれによって影響がある。
And Mr. Final Fantasy 14 is not talking as a true hero.
詳細トピックスをご確認いただけると助かります。
Compression or more die channel upgrades. More die channel. We're not gonna get more die channels anytime soon. What would be involved to do that is much bigger.
さらにですね、これ結構大きいんですが、十何年
Phoenix Dungeon.
フェニックスの王の
okay.
今回変更させていただこうと思ってます。はい。まあもちろんそのディープダンジョンというところもあってなんですけど、まず一部コンテンツにおいてではありますが、戦闘中でも使用できるように変更をさせていただきます。そこにここに書かれているディープダンジョン。
Oh, upgrades. I see what you're saying, Levi. Yeah. No, 100%.
ハントダンジョン、ギルドオーダー、討伐、討滅戦、4人用ですね、こちらは。バリアントダンジョンなどは、
Tufts of Phoenix Down cannot be used during the combat in the following duties: Deep Dungeons, Instance Dungeons, Treasure Dungeons, Guild has Trials, 4-player only, and Variant Dungeons. That's interesting. I mean, Variant Dungeons is weird because you could just take Rays anyways. Treasure Dungeons, I mean, not that super useful, but I mean, not bad to have. Deep Dungeons? Deep Dungeons is having for them for Deep Dungeons could be pretty good. Tough will be available to pension from Frienders. Phoenix Downs will now be stackable with a maximum of 99. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Yeah, Phoenix Down buffed. Who had that on their bingo chart? And if you say you, I will call you a liar. At 316. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay, that's what I would expect. Beastmaster won't be till 7.4. Shadow Grimsy. We've known for a long time that there wouldn't be anything to hear about Beastmaster until 7.4. In fact, I wouldn't expect. We will hear about it during 7.4. I would not expect it to drop until 7.45.
99個ぐらいは常に補充しておくといろんな局面で使える場面が増えるのではないかなと 思います。はい、8人コンテンツではさっきここに書かれている通り
Allowing it to be used in combat. Okay, actually, I didn't think of it for a second. Allowing it to be used in combat is the bigger deal. There's now a reason for people to keep it on them. Honestly, I'm curious how much of a buff this is going to end up being in terms of just like passively increasing survivability. I mean, tanks and DPS now effectively being rezzers.
はい、そういう時には大活躍してくれるんじゃないかなと思います。
Interesting, interesting.
続いては先ほど冒頭後半の冒頭でね、コンテンツを使ってお伝えしましたが、ボスクラスの敵の
Caspar added the nameplates of boss rank enemies. Okay, so this is retroactive to everything that is a boss, including older dungeons. For instance, this is Stormblood. This is Gimlet Dark, the final boss of Gimlet Dark. So this is the Caspar on bosses is going to be a thing retroactively. Infinite, don't call me out. I was literally thinking that joke in my own mind. Paladins can now roleplay as having a raise ability. I mean, Blue's not going to get more stuff in this expansion because it's already at 80. Like, Blue is always going to be 20 behind. So it won't get anything until the next. Especially not with Beastmaster coming out. I wouldn't expect Blue to get anything until 8.0.
さらにですね、グループポーズに対してのアップデートが、今回多数ございます。
Group pose update? Okay, G pose, I'll take it. Something interesting. Please, just give me free cam. What if you just give me free cam?
形式に追加させていただきます。
What if? Hear me out.
ワンタッチで画面を
You just give me free cam. The feature will allow players to rotate the screen 90 degrees with a touch of a single button, making it easier to capture portrait images.
最近ね、やっぱりこういろんな SNS 縦取りの方がありがたいっていうこともあります。
We aren't 100. We could go up to... No, they always keep it 20 below. It's not gonna... Like, they're not gonna go up to 10. Like, it was... If I'm not mistaken, 50 in Stormblood, 60 in Shadowbringers, 70s in Endwalker, and 80 in Dawntrail. Great for Deep Dungeon. Yeah, definitely great. But it got to 80 in Endwalker. Am I crazy? Was it 80 in Endwalker? As always, correct me when I'm wrong. Blue Mage.
で、まず縦取りプレビューを押すと、このようになります。
画面がね、横のままこうなります。
はい。横のままこうね、縦取りしますよと。
この範囲です。
そうそう。ここに合わせていただければ。でまあここに対してプレビュー中にですね、ステッカーとかフレームとかをこうやって。
Sorry, I was remembering it being 10 behind. I was misremembering it. I was thinking it was 20. It was 10. You guys are right. It's 10 behind. So yeah, so Blue will get something. It'll get something either in around Beastmaster or 0.5 or 0.55 or.
さりげなくね回転してますよ。もうなんか。
Yeah, Shadowbringer's last blue update. Yep. Pressing the button preview will show you how it looks so you can add stickers or frames. So basically G-Pose will now be easier to use to create portraits. Which, oh, you can use the background of the actual area as the portrait background. Oh, okay, that actually, if that's how that works, if you can actually use that, I can't tell if that's just like a portrait. If you could actually use that as your player portrait, that'd be hype as hell. I mean, you're not going to typically tend to get it towards the later part of the expansion, right? Because they, well, I mean, I shouldn't say that, because I don't remember before Shadowbringers which patches dropped it.
続いてグループポーズアップデートその2でございます。
Paul, that's reminding me of something you saying that during a live letter that they mentioned Blue getting stuff. That is triggering your memory, so I think you're right. At a chromatic aberration. Oh, that's cool. Cool visual element. Yeah. No. No, there's a lot of cool places you could take pictures, assuming you can use it for your portrait, which I don't think that's what they're saying. I think that's, but if you could, there's not a lot of clarity. The translations aren't very. We hear people like taking portraits for social media, so we're adding this feature, a new button to the bottom of the UI. Once you're done with the preview, you swap modes to increase the screenshot, taking the high resolution. Yeah, I think this is just for social media stuff. Nevrons. So we know that we're going to be able to ride on mounts. There's going to be a couple things that are going to be changed about it. Some of the ranked missions are going to be made a little bit easier. You will get, after gathering missions, you will get your GP back at the end of each mission. Yeah. For those who don't know, chromatic aberration is like around the edges of an image. When you have like the red, blue, and green color channels kind of like phase shifted off of what they're supposed to be overlapping on. So like this effect that you're seeing here. So like if you notice like there's some sort of light element up here, or like this guy's supposed to be white, but you'll see like how you can see like a blue, a green, and a red because they're sort of shifted off the target of what they're supposed to be touching. You can see that here. This is like very extreme chromatic aberration, but yeah, these are the different. You can see with this Loppard over here, you see how you can see his red, green, and blue channel. No, because it's tri-channel. So 3D glasses, or at least the old red and blue ones, works by just only using red and blue and phasing them out of sync to do that. This is like all three color channels being like shifted off. It happened a lot in the past when you had basically something need to be color aligned, right? So you imagine that you're printing a picture, right? And the way that picture is printed is you do a red layer, then a green layer, then a blue layer. But imagine your layers that you're putting on, like you're like rolling on, aren't perfectly aligned. So that's what happens. That's how chromatic aberration happens in the past, at least with like physical media as an example. I mean, you'll have access to it in 12 days, Hydra, so you'll be able to test it yourself. Yoshi P, to your point though, Yoshi P does says it reminds you of the old red-blue 3D glasses effect. So like, yeah, they have the same thought. Intensity of color filters can now be adjusted. Good, because most of them were borderline useless. That had a mess with the straighten up scenes. Oh yeah, I know what you have. Oh! Is this, am I crazy? Is this already in the game? Does anyone know where this comes from, if it is already in the game? Yeah, that's the polarization. This is already in the game, by the way. This effect is already in the game. You're saying it's new, Yukio? Because I'm pretty sure this one is. What they're saying is that you can gradient between the two. Yeah. Okay, they are talking about grading it, but maybe I'm wrong, Yukio, and you're like their polarization already is. But I'm fairly certain that, or is not. But I've been like 3 for 3, so I've been as wrong as much as right today. Oh, sorry, Yukio, you were talking about the mic thing. Yeah, so that mic must be a new thing. These filters are for G-pose. Yeah, you can use them in G-pose. They're one of the menus if you scroll down. I know that jacket's already in.
だから今これポスタルデーションが分かりやすいので、そうしましたけど、例えばこれセピアでも同じことが起きますし、エーテルとか特殊な見方のやつも強度が変えてつけれるということをスクリーンショット1枚撮るためにできるようになったということがですね。
So we're basically adding pro features to G-Pose. I don't know what any of them mean, so this is just based on the text. Basically, for instance, having filters, but then having a lot more control over the the minutia of the gradient between its effects. All these effects can be changed on a slider, so G-Pose can be even more of a time sink now. Says Yoshi P. Oh, sorry, it says Foxconn.
いい感じさん、いい感じ。でもさ、それだってさ、特定フィルターのさ、パラメータ設定のさ、ベースを作ればさ、
まあまあまあ、そりゃそうです。
作れるからさ。
今でもなんかちょっとビビッドないい感じが良ければ、鮮やか4がいいよね。
いや、そうそう。あれをもうちょっとこんだけ高機能になってくるさ、もうちょっといけんちゃうみたいな。
今カメラで言うとマニュアルモードのボタンが増えてきたから、
そうそうそう。
オートを作ってくれ。プリセット。なるほどね。
Of G-posing after this change. I mean, I mean, especially with filming like footage and stuff, I've spent so many hours in G-pose, it's not even funny. The things I have done, the ways I have twisted G-pose to my ends in order to be able to film things is... I've done things you wouldn't believe. I have lost things you will never understand. And I know secrets that must never be spoken.
あらゆる人にグループポーズを使っていただくために
のためにおすすめ、プリセットおすすめいい感じボタン、
いい感じボタン、
これは次のテーマとしていただいて、
そのいい感じボタンをキーボードに割り当てといたら
Foxconn and Yoshi P are losing the plot.
いい感じにしてくれる。いい感じにしてくれる。ライブで動いてるのはグループ。はい。
なるほどね。
ちょっと検討します。
I mean, mobile isn't really dealing with a lot of the downsides. Also, there are a lot of, as someone who's used it, there are a lot of shortcomings in the mobile games version too. I think the average person's probably leagues better, but there are a lot of things it doesn't have. But yeah, there are a lot of things that the main game could definitely take. Main reason that they don't is, well, a couple of reasons. I do think you're right that for the average person, it's definitely better. This doesn't matter most American players, but yeah, we get the new Dome and Mahjong voices that are added. There are a lot of people who do care about this, though. You missed enough that you should rewatch from the start. Romeo, good to see, glad to have you. Is there anything that extra content, It depends what you mean by extra content. I mean, we're having all of the content for 7.4 being talked about. New expansion or new weapons. You won't hear about a new expansion until FanFest. And if you mean new weapons, I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but I mean, there'll be a new trial and that'll have weapons. You'll have augmented weapons for the crafters' weapons for the patch. Yeah. No, but relic weapons will be updated. Yeah, I don't know if that'll be in the 0.3 or the 0.35, but yeah, you'll get them. Yes, Dragon was raised here. I think it was either fending or maiming. Yeah, yep, that is correct, Nolandia. Character display range increased. It used to be standard of 100, default setting, current range, wide maximum. I'm curious, when they say, that says 100M, do they mean characters, or do they mean that you'd be able to hear people from from further away? If so, that's actually kind of useful. Shit. Okay, but hear me. Put some of the current Mahjong voices we currently have are something else. Go listen to Istinian. Of the current Mahjong we currently have are something else. Okay, I definitely need to check them out. I haven't. Do tell us. I'll rewatch from the beginning afterwards. Yeah, big recommend. Lots of good stuff to talk about. Oh, I think this is going to be for the chat bubble. So standard, you won't see them from far away, but if you do max, you'll see people on the ground talking. Actually, I kind of like that. I kind of like being able to see people from far away in that way. As long as I'm not... No, not characters, not text. Okay, this is such a thing that most people don't give a shit about, but I have wanted since I started playing this game. I hate how near enemies have to be to you before they pop in. You can now increase the distance for the load-in of enemies so you can see them from far away, and the environments will actually feel like they're populated with creatures. I don't know if any of you care about this, but I care about this so much. This is actually genuinely really exciting for me. Yes! Oh, I love... Oh, fuck yes. I love when we get random updates out of nowhere that are, like, amazing and apparently very specifically for me. Oh, yes. Fuck yes. So for context, imagine that you can only see enemies right now like 100 meters away from you. Now you're going to be able to see them like 300 meters away from you. And maps, so this is like what it looks like currently. If you were flying here, it would just be empty until you get closer. But now, I thought they were saying characters at first because I thought they were meant text characters. Because I actually know some of the technical reasons why they have not done this up until now. The fact that they're fixing this, the fact that they're changing this is not a small thing. It is basically a hard limit that they have set into the game historically to only, because of how the server is checking things, to be able to limit the area with which you're viewing things and seeing creatures, even though the creatures are technically loaded in. Anyways, all I have to say, just like, this actually is, this is awesome on its own and may bode good things for the future. I don't know what in specific, but the fact that they're tweaking it is a really, really good thing. And this will be nice for hunts too. Yeah. Oh, this is very exciting. I love that they just like, yeah, here's that. Moving on. Oh, this is fucking great. Oh, I'm genuinely, I kid you not. This is gonna sound insane. I am as or more excited for that than I am for the idea of glam compression. More glam compression. Just take their phrases really out of context. You're welcome to all those who shipped Warrior of Light with this. The chat bubble feature is optional. It is disabled by default. You have to enable it. You have to choose to enable it. Text will continue to display in the chat log as normal. So yeah, chat log is not going to change. Does anybody else, do any of you guys care about that like even like half as much as I do? Is that just a very specific Elio thing? Text will continue to display in the chat log as normal. Can be set to on and off according to chat mode. Yu-Gi-Oh! Just no. No. Oh, your support is appreciated, Yu-Gi-Oh! I will say, if you already have performance issues on your computer, I would not recommend turning on that setting. Chat bubbles and font colors can also be set according to chat mode. Okay, cool. Makes me feel more alive and lived in. Yeah, Azure, I think you're going to see a lot of people who don't even realize that this is going to be how nice of a feature this is going to be, really enjoy how much it makes the world feel more alive. Yeah, it's really cool. I hated the space felt so empty. Yeah, loading distance increase, awesome. I'm just glad it's disabled by default. Oh, sorry, we were talking about the load distance, but you're also talking about chat bubbles. I'm just glad it's disabled by default. I'm not a fan of chat bubbles in any game. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, Fantasy, like Ray and multiple other people will agree with you about enjoying it by default being turned off. I just point out that it kind of doesn't matter if it's on or off by default, because you can, as long as you have the power to turn it off, right? Because it's literally just going to be like boop boop, you know, when you log in. But in this case, it's boop boop instead of boop boop. Can be set to display 1 line or 2 lines of text. Text will be truncated upon reaching a certain word count. So yeah, so if you write a novel, don't expect it all to be in a giant text bubble. I'm just glad that this is going to exist for the people who like it. I'm definitely going to try it out to see how it goes. But I'll probably only have it on for like party chat or something. Chat bubbles will not be displayed during battle or PvP. That's actually a big deal. So PvP is not a big deal. Chat bubbles not being during PvP isn't that big a deal. It's like, yeah, that was... But chat bubbles will not be displayed during battle. If you were planning on using chat bubbles as a way to try and basically auto through savages or something like that, that will not be available. It's a boon for those who engage in RP. Yeah, definitely. I'll have to try the chat bubbles and then decide if I like it. Yeah. Remember that at 14 doesn't save your settings between PCs by. Sorry, what was that in specific context to Infinite? Thankfully, we don't get to see RP drama. I mean, if you have your text, I mean, you're not gonna stop seeing people say things in your text chat. Like, it doesn't stop you from seeing the things that other people are saying. I feel chat bubbles in Savage would be in the way, especially with macros. Oh, I agree, but a lot of people were like really like doom glooming. Last live letter we were covering where they were talking about Party Finder. They were worried that like it would become required to have chat bubbles on for in parties. Which, look, maybe that was founded, but hey, it don't matter anymore because they won't be available in battle. You can set them based on chat mode because it might feel weird to tell pop-ups and it feels like everyone can read it. We debated a lot whether to enable this feature during battle content. We decided not to. One reason being that we're afraid it forces player to use the feature. So even they're afraid that it is. So maybe there is some reason to be afraid. Turn by turning it off will get irritating. How many different PCs are you playing on Infinite? I'm talking about a giant bubble like 3 feet wide, and then they do another post just that wide. Sure, but you know you can. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you always turn it off. You can limit the amount of characters on your end so that it doesn't happen. So it's only one line. And it's not going to do, like, the thing and then the next bubble and then the next bubble and the next bubble. Like, if they put in one big thing of text. I mean, if they keep doing it that way, but that would flood your text box the same as it would do it visually with chat bubble. Which, for some people, I don't think the point is necessarily... For me, there's no difference between those two. I get that the point for some people would be that. They don't want the visual noise and clutter. But anyways, I mean, you could even have chat bubble only for your own party chat. And because you can select it. It's not just like it's chat bubbles on or chat bubbles off. You could have chat bubbles on, but have it for, say... it's not turned on for, say, yell or shout, right? One reason being that we're afraid that it forces player to use the feature. You should be making people hit a specific macro when they get a debuff, for example. We didn't want to create the environment where players might feel forced by other players as well to use the feature during raids. And look, maybe I was crazy, but like, good. Yeah. Let's say I'm trigger happy towards reinstall the whole game and install it back button. Granted, it happened only once. Look, regardless of what I think about whether it should be auto on by default or not, for the people who don't like it, it's not on by default. So you guys win. You guys have it. This is it for now. We might change it we might change things about the bubble text system in the future. Please, 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 more glamour compression. For all that is holy. If they do not talk about glamour compression, go on the forums and talk about how they need more glamour compression. So the text bubble settings are in the character configuration settings. Just don't turn bubbles and Ul'dah near the quicksands. It's just one big bubble. The real quicksands is the chat bubbles. They create the tan chat bubbles. Just create a sea of quicksand that you'll fall into in the quicksands. Yeah, so you have the different text styles. So you can literally do say, yell, shout, tell, party, your line, different. Yeah. And you can change, looks like the color too. As soon as we can change the shape and color, it looks like it. At least based on the fact that there's a text and a message setting. Give us Crystarium housing, you cowards. The settings in chat log is settings in your character config. I do not want to ever come remotely near the quicksands with chat bubbles on. I like this little gradient color and symbol thing going on a lot more than like if it was just the color of. Smileton housing. Look, moon housing is a dream of mine, Linlandia. But like, is there any precedent for any housing place not being tied to a specific city-state? I mean, like, you don't need that precedent. And to be fair, like, the Goblet's out technically in Western Thanolin, or like Lower Lenosia. So like, yeah, they could. Okay, so you see, you got multiple colors. This is for the font color itself. You make the font any of those colors you want. I feel Limsa in any server may also be bad. I mean, Limsa is bad. Solution 9 housing. Yeah, at least Solution 9 apartments at the minimum. I can imagine getting that in the future for sure. It is interesting to me that we haven't seen a new housing area since Hingashi. Like, that Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Oh, no, I'm dumbass. I'm such a dumbass. Firmament. Obviously. It is interesting that Endwalker and Dawntrail, though, haven't received new housing spaces. We've had housing upgrades, so, like, this housing system has been receiving a lot of love. But we don't have a new, like, area. Assigned housing would be pretty much instance housing, it feels like. I mean, you could easily, though, come up... Because remember, like, Solution 9, that is, like, the 9th district. You have a lot of space you could futz around with. And you can imagine that, like, one of the skyscrapers in the background, turns out one of the levels is actually a giant atrium that has space for, like, you could, there's a lot of ways that they could get around that, and especially if they're, like, from a lore standpoint, want to justify that new heroes are coming in, and also people from Tuliolal are coming now to live in it. Some of them are living in Alexandria, and so it's a place for the new people to come live. Like, there's a lot of ways you could, you know, make it work. A sacrifice I'm willing to make. I feel like new housing era will actually stab the servers with a sword. I wonder if after they're done with a lot of the things that they're doing lately, if they won't, like, a lot of the quality of life around housing in general they're focusing on, if then in future expansions we won't see more like place housings. We keep the bubbles white and add the color in the top corner. I hope he responds. So yeah, so this is what the bubble system looks like. Looks very natural. I'm just seeing if, yeah, so see, you can change the gradient color on the side. Lots of options. And then this is what you can see it from yourself or from someone else. Honestly, if this is not your thing, feel free to, like, never use it. Absolutely. I kind of like this. It's kind of nice. I definitely will play for a while and see if I get distracted. The fact in particular that it doesn't turn on during battle content makes me more interested in using it. Yoshi P, hey, how are you doing? Random Hrothgar. I'm alright. I'm pretty sure that's a Rogadin, not a Hrothgar. I'm pretty sure he's just wearing a furry hat. And got hair. Pretty sure that's a Hellsguard Rogadin. Oh, he's just saying you have a cute minion. You have a cool minion. Because he's got the Sin Beaver. Yeah, the chat log has not changed at all, and it shows all the messages as it would.
画面中すごい人が多い時に最大表示数をちょっと絞っておこうかなみたいな。で
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the amount of bubbles that can be present at one time. I may be wrong though.
させない。ああ、なるほどなるほど。はい。
なんか
Or at least I think that's what these menuings are. I'd like to have include all housing over 9. Just having apartments like an inn there and cabins would be great. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Look, there's not really a lot of city-state that I wouldn't think would be rad. Like Charlie, I want Charlian housing, Crystarium housing, Moon housing, Solution 9 housing, Tuliolal housing, Razat Hanish housing. All of them would be good. Amemba.
何を言うてんの。
ちょっと文字数足りなかったね。
A house at every port. Yeah. A house for every storm.
では果てしなくでも
Okay. Amarat housing. I mean, well, the problem there is that remember it's a glamour atop the ruins, so. I think you're as likely to get Amarat housing as you are Elpis housing, which is to say, not likely. Maybe a mix of both. That's cool. Yeah, Pimson, that's a cool idea. Yeah, plenty of things that they could do. Remember, we once slept. Yeah, okay, it's the font size. That's what they're showing off. So see, so the Oki, so these are the 3 different fight. Okime, I don't. This is large, so I think that might be. Yeah, so you've got like a small, medium, and large font size. Grown up by people occasionally for housing work. Yeah, Alamigo would work. It would also make a lot of sense from a lore standpoint, them trying to invite people in and also help basically rebuild. Yeah, there's every place that does not currently have a housing ward would make sense to have a housing ward in it from a lore standpoint. If you look at every A and B city, that if we look at Crystarium, it would make sense. Yulmore, it kind of doesn't make sense only because there's not a landmass that makes it easy, but you could do like an island off the coast and make it work pretty okay. Like you could make Yulmore work in it. Hanish housing and Charlian housing makes total sense. Tuliolal, S9 both don't make total sense. Emerald housing, but it's just Warrior of Light sitting in the middle of a ruined house and pretending it's still in pristine condition. No new translations. For now, you can't change for how long a message is displayed. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, the timing for it seems pretty okay. It is interesting to me that you can't adjust that, though. If you have them, as he's saying something about if you have them, I think, last too long, or basically there's some complications with allowing them to be controlled and also them lasting too long. Yeah. Well, and Hanish housing would make a lot of sense, especially after what happened to Vanaspati. Like the northern part of the island being able to be like kind of healed and things being regrown and having people move back in. There's a lot of reasons why that'd be. Yeah, and the reason why is because it concerns rendering burden. As to why you don't want to affect the length of it, and especially like having it last too long would be, it would be one way to like abuse something to like try and like force, there'll be one of the ways that you would try to like force a crash would be trying to do like a whole bunch of messages lasting too long and pushing it. Not that I think it would crash the game, but like that's the sort of thing that would have a weird interaction. Could have a weird interaction. Holy shit, they've already been going 4 hours. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Pleased to meet you. Treat me nicely. Ah. Literally just ah. He's just repeating Yoroshiku Onegaishimasu ah over and over. This was a feature that has been requested for a long time, specifically chat bubbles.
よろしくお願いします。はい。はい。ありがとうございます。
これもね、本当に長年いただいてたものなんで。
Okay. Some announcements now.
といったところで、システム周り本日ご紹介する事項は以上かなと思いますので、よろしいでしょうか。
僕は大丈夫です。
はい。
Roganin has been reading the forums. Okay, some official merch. I will pre-warn you, there probably won't be that much left because they're starting to do some merch stuff. There will not necessarily be that many more interesting things to be commented on, and I would not expect, for instance, definitely not Glam Compression coming out, at least not in the 0.3, and they would have announced it probably in the 0.35 if it was going to come, so don't expect it. Oh, hey, a new silicone ice tray with Pictomancer in it. V, we've got to update our collection. And then they've got the new acrylic stands. I am very interested to see if 4.5 sees an increase in content, or at the very least sees an increase of the ethos that he's been getting at lately, which is to say the ethos of making more of it more available for all. Eat our soul stones. Yeah, drop crystals. Drop crystal ice, like you can pour water in and make ice cubes out of them. I have this one. Well, not this one. I have one of this before it had Pictomancer. I have this one and Viper, this one from Endwalker. Speaking of paid promotions, join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much money. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. Also, I kind of love this new thing. This top, it tells you who the top commenters are on. For those of you who haven't noticed, if you see that like 3 next to Marin's name or the 2 next to Narlene, this is whoever has the most comments gets that little badge. The top 1, 2, and 3 people. Finally, Raven can reasonably eat job zones without consequences. Yeah.
金曜日から先行販売となりますので、いち早く手に入れたいぜという方はですね、今現在ポップアップストアをやっております大丸の方へ足を運んでいただければと思いますので、どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Have they given a 0.1, 0.25 dates yet? It's just going to be 2 months. So you will get it. It will probably be the second week of October. It will be the 0.2, be the 0.5. The 0.1 should be a week, between a week and 2 weeks after the drop of it. So you should see August 12th. Would be the 0.1 typically. It will be August. It will either be August 12th or August 19th. Probably August 12th. Yeah. I don't know that it's good to reward those who won't shut up. Yes, but if you work on the internet, where the people commenting and engaging is part of the driving factor for being able to do more stuff. Yeah. But also, if people are just annoying and just spamming stuff, we can just ban them or just mute them. So, easy solve. Don't be a dick. These certainly are shirts, and I do like that they're music shirts with loppers, but like, there certainly are shirts. Oh, also the Pulse Remix album. For in case you hadn't grabbed the first one of these was really lovely. These are a bunch of remixes of all the songs in 14. This is Square Enix's own new brand and FF14's first. Oh, so this brand that is, this like, these like shirts are from Square Enix's new, I guess, fashion brand? Presenting Lit Bath Apartment. What a name. A new street casual brand from Square Enix. We are excited to share that the brand's first release will feature 2 Final Fantasy XIV t-shirts. Why are... I mean, I know it's probably big business, but I mean, I guess they do a lot of merch sales. I guess it's not the weirdest thing for Square Enix to be in that business. You think they would focus more on more game stuff? I guess the idea is that they could sell these shirts to either someone who's a 14 fan or someone who's like not. You could sell it to just the general audience. Even an OG son like me can wear this. Yoshipi's like, even a grandpa like me can wear this shirt.
ぜひですね。その様を我々に刻んでご覧いただいて、まあそういう意味ではスクエアニックスオフィシャルの新しいアパレルというアパレルブランドということで、
Square Enix new official apparel
展開していくみたいなので、ぜひですね、ご注目いただければと思います。
I'll be curious to look forward towards more of these. I mean, usually these things are incredibly expensive, but what I am curious to see if there's any good stuff. 7.3 patch notes will be released scheduled for the Tuesday, August 5th, as per usual. So the release of the patch day. Every other group that's done merch for them, maybe they want someone that can hopefully do better. Really? I mean, there's a lot of their merch that's been pretty good. I mean, sometimes they've had bad ones, like when it came to some of the painting for the statues. But a lot of the statues, for instance, are really gorgeous, like here.
詳しい時刻とかは追ってトピックスが出ますので、そちらをご確認いただければと思いますのでよろしくお願いいたします。はい。ということで本日のお知らせは以上でございました。
だから、はい。あと、何日後？ないよねもう。
Unless you're talking about apparel, in which case I can't really speak to that one too much. I have some apparel, but one of the Square Enix business folks saw the article about designers shirt being sold in game, maybe. Well, I mean, like, look, I think they do have like a merch empire. Like, it also with you have to remember like Square Enix is not only very Japanese but also like very Tokyo Japanese. So like this makes a kind of a lot more sense within that confines. Yoshipi says, so the maintenance for the 7.3 will not be 24 hours. Yoshipi, I'm so scared of looking at my own schedule, so I just don't.
ということで、本日の第88回末広がりのプロデュースされたライブでお伝えしたかった事項は以上になりますので、
いや本当に長時間皆さんね遅い時間まで本当深夜まで
They know they went a little bit late. Sorry, they're apologizing.
まあ最後はねシステムのアップデートとかまあグッズのオフィシャルグッズのお知らせとかさせていただきましたけど、まあ今日やっぱり一番重要な
Thank you for sticking with us through this broadcast for such a long time.
シリーズの最新作ピルグリムトラバースの方で、まあやっぱり今回のそのコンテンツの方針、あと今後にもそういうところをつなげていきたいっていうところを
Actually, this is interesting. He's given some thoughts.
一番僕の中では重要だったポイントなので、まあそこをすいませんちょっとその分長くはなってしまったんですけど。
Yoshibi says Deep Dungeon was the main thing for today and how we're changing some of the design philosophies going forward. So remember that like a lot of the feedback that has been given since point really 1, but even point 1, particularly during point 2, has been heard, but there's a delay on how much time it takes for that stuff to get implemented. So I think they have shifted their philosophy to like really with a lot of the feedback for what people have been giving in mind. Just be ready for it to not really fully manifest until point 4 at the earliest. We're seeing some of it already in things like the Pilgrim Traverse and elsewhere, but okay. I'm waiting to see if there's like a final little comment from because there was a little bit they were saying that I wasn't able to translate myself that they're but yeah, while I'm waiting for them to it will be important how you players perceive perceive these changes in the game as well, and we will take that going forward. That's there is no that's it, no FanFest announcement. I can't believe this. Thank you for following translations. Again, thank you so much for Miyuna and Luna from Minori from over on the Final Fantasy XIV Discord for the unofficial translations and the effort and work they put in. That's going to be where we're going to call it for today. How are everybody feeling going in 7.3? You've got 12 days to finish your PvP series results, get some Moogle Tomestones and all that jazz. Yeah, I guess that's it for now. That's not I'm very excited to see how the story ends, but it's very interesting. Like, there's been an even keel towards the patch content that's coming out. And I'm very curious to see what 0.4, 0.5 and some of the feedback that we've been getting is like going forwards. Thanks for going over this. No, thanks for hanging out and thanks for listening. As always, I've been covering the live letters since at least 6.0. I've been covering them slightly before that, but at least 6.0. And I will continue to do so, partly just because it's useful to collate, partly to like so we can all enjoy and respond along with them. Also, as some of you know, I have had some medical issues, which is basically why I haven't really made a whole lot of content over the past year and a half. I've been getting better, so no promises on when content will be back, other than I will make a video that is a trailer analysis that should be out sometime between now and Monday. Yeah, look forward to. I do think that I rewrote Lyrical Lore Smile, and I think I'm going to wait to work on it more until the 7.3 is out to like add my sort of final notes. But yeah, a lot of exciting things. If you want to join our Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean-Archives, we have a lot of people who love helping each other out, and we run events all throughout the week, helping people do any sort of content that they want, not to mention looking for a group if you want to. We talk about lore as well, both in Lore Book Club and in the lore channels. You can definitely find us over there. Yeah, any final thoughts, any final questions before Ray or Infinite or V? Can one of you guys start doing the wrap-ups? I think the more interesting thing will be the deep dungeon. Yeah, I think not only on the face of it will the Pilgrim's Traverse be very, very interesting. The Pilgrim's Traverse is going to be very interesting in what they're changing. But that philosophy of making it for more people, more accessible, more for everyone, more play, more reasons to keep doing, like everything about the philosophies they're trying to implement here. If Pilgrim's Traverse is very, very successful, expect that to be the philosophy that you see going forward, which I think addresses some of the fundamental struggles and frustrations people have been having, rather than just amount of content, the feeling of disconnection from that. So, yeah. If you enjoyed this stream and you aren't already a member of our Discord, want to come join our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean-Archives. Don't forget to do all the YouTube things, you know the ones, like, and comment, and subscribe. You just boop the like button. It's just like, boop. Make sure you do it an odd number of times, for if you do it an even a number of times, it will undo the like. Yeah, that should be about it. You also check out Ray's videos on FFXIV Archive, where Ray archives all of the cutscenes and gameplay for different quests that a lot of people either forget or have not done, in such a way that is very cinematic, rather than just footage of general footage of just playing it, like actually edited together in meaningful ways. Okay. I am going to head out then. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evenings, mornings, days, lives, and I will catch you on the flip side. All that, I've been Elio Forgeron. I will see you guys later. Bye.